I wish you all a very good morning. Today on this very special occasion of inaugural of International Conference on Journey of Teacher Education from Vedic Era to National Education Policy 2020. I, Anu Balara, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, extend a hearty welcome to all of you on behalf of whole faculty of ITTR Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana, India. So to begin with the program, I would like to invite Ms. Nisha, student of B.Ed third semester for the Saraswati Vandana.
मेरा नमस्कार, मैं निशा शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान की छात्रा आप सभी के सामने सरस्वती वंदना का गायन करना चाहती हूँ। या कुंदेन्दु तुषारहारिधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करा प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा माद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्। अर्थात जो कुंद फूल चंद्रमा और बर्फ के हार के समान श्वेत है, जो शुभ्र वस्त्र धारण करती है, जिनके हाथ श्रेष्ठ वीणा से सुशोभित हैं, जो श्वेत कमल पर आसन ग्रहण करती है, ब्रह्मा विष्णु और महेश आदि देव जिनकी सदैव स्तुति करते हैं, हे मां भगवती सरस्वती, आप मेरी सारी जड़ता को हरि। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nisha. Now I request Mr. Jagdish to play University Kulgit. Thank you, Mr. Jagdish. I again invite Nisha to recite the Dhaya Mantra.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं निशा भगत फूल सिंह शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान की छात्रा आप सभी के सामने ध्येय मंत्र का गायन कर रही हूँ। तत्कर्म यन बंधाय सा विद्याया विमुक्तये आयासाय कर्मम कर्म विद्या अन्य शिल्प नैपुण्यम। अर्थात कर्म वही है जो बंधन में ना बांधे, विद्या वही है जो मुक्त करे, अन्य सभी कर्म निरर्थक क्रिया व अन्य सभी अध्ययन मात्र कारीगरी है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nisha. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Suman Dilan, Faculty of Education, Dean Faculty of Education, Chairperson ITTR, for the welcome address, introduction of University, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, and Global Educational Research Association.
Honorable Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and Chief Guest, Chief Respected and Panchanatham, Vice Chancellor Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University Chennai, Respected Professor Dr. Manjula, former Dean Faculty of Education, Colombo University, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Respected Dr. Jitendra Bhardwaj ji, Adhyaksh Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal Haryana Prant, and former Registrar MDU Rohtak and Chaudhry Bansilal University Bhiwani, Respected SP Malhotra sir, President Gera, Dr. Neelam Malik Patton of and Registrar of BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Khanpur Kala, Dr. Reena, Dr. Sarla, Dr. Priya, Dr. Anu, other faculty members of Institute of Teacher Training and Research, other dignitaries, and 618 global participants of this conference. Pranam, Sat Shri Akal, Adab, and good morning to all of you. On behalf of Institute of Teacher Training and Research, I am very pleased to welcome all guests and all participants from India and abroad. First of all, with anticipation in my heart and warmth in eyes, I welcome Professor Sudesh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Khanpur Kala and Chief Patron of this conference. I recall a well-known proverb that actions speak louder than the words. With the leaders like Professor Sudesh, the proverb seems to do justice. The success of this conference is due to her expert guidance and noble leadership, which ushers us to the planning and execution of this conference that starts with a number of 618 global participants. From core of my heart, I welcome you, ma'am. Now, I would like to extend a special welcome to our chief guest, respected N. Panchanatham, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai. I'm really very much enlightened that, sir, you have spared your precious time from your busy academic and administrative schedule. And I express my gratitude towards him to glorify the event with his presence. We all are delighted to have you amongst us. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Next, I want to welcome our keynote speaker of this inaugural session, respected Professor Dr. Manjula, former Dean Faculty of Education, Colombo University, Colombo, Sri Lanka. I'm really very happy that she spared her precious time and accepts our invitation. A very hearty and delighted welcome, ma'am. Next, I want to welcome Professor S.P. Malhotra, sir, that without his guidance, the concept of this conference was not possible. Welcome, sir, from my core of heart. Next, I want to welcome Dr. Neelam Malik, Registrar of Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya and patron of this conference. And lastly, I say from my core of heart a warm welcome and lots of wishes to all our participants, to our dignitaries, a hearty welcome to all you. Next, I have been given the responsibility of introducing BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, and Global Educational Research Association. First, I am taking my own organization, that is Bhakt Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. The inception of Bhakt Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya as a university has been in August 18th August 2006, but its root are, you may say, long back when Bhakt Phul Singh ji started a Gurukul with 3 girls in 1936, a time when no one thinks about women education or women empowerment or women well-being. The saints like Bhagat ji has always reformed the society, and in others, he has, you may say, practiced so many social reforms, and he, you may say, removed so many evils from the society. And this is one of those evils that he want to educate girls, he want to empower women, and he wanted to, you may say, give a better life to women and give a respect to all womenhood. So uh, the Gurukul, which was started with 3 girls in 1936, gradually, you may say, grows. And as we just rope a seed in the soul, so he just rope a seed with 3 girls, and later on, this seed grows and grows and grows, and after, you may say, so many years, even after his assassination by some anti-social elements in 1942, her daughter took over the responsibility of Gurukul, and she collected money and other resources from society, and later on, with societal help and also government help, she establishes not only one Kanya Gurukul school, rather in 1967, she started degree college, later on in 68, a B.Ed college in 74. She started at Ayurveda college. In 1985, she started in Polytechnic college, and later on, she wanted, she has been, you may say, start a law college for the upliftment of girls of not only Haryana, rather of entire northern India. But due to her, you may say, ill health, she was not able to start. But in her memory, law college was started in 2003 after her, you may say, death, and the name of law college was on her name, Ben Subhashti. And the works which she has, you may say, did for the upliftment of society, government of India has, you may say, give a respect to her and honored her with the Padam Shri Award. So later on in 2006, the government of Haryana has took over the Gurukul and establishes this state university. And at presently, this university has so many different departments, faculties, and around about 7,000 girls are studying here. And it has one south campus, 2 regional centers, and 6 colleges are affiliated with this. The colleges of girls colleges of Panipat and Sonipat district. So presently, this university is a well-known university, not only in northern India, rather it has a, you may say, good name in global world. Next, I want to introduce GERA, that is Global Educational Research So Global Educational Research Association, institution, this society has been founded on 12th November 2010, the day when the members elected Professor B.K. Pasil, a great educationist, as the president of the society. The objectives of this society are to develop and promote educational research, to provide an international forum for discussion of problems related to educational research, to conduct workshops, seminars, conferences, trainings, etc., to disseminate findings of research, to publish journals, monographs, and other types of to cooperate with organizations engaged in educational research, to carry out all such other activities as may be conducive to the attainment of the above objectives. The association or this organization or any institution who is interested to become part of this organization uh, can be accepted as member, or any individual person, if he wants to be member of this organization, he can be accepted as a member if he positive input to the welfare of education system of India. This society, presently the office of this society is at Lovely Professional University, Fagwada, Punjab, and the you may say, but executive body can change its head office as its convenience, and the working hours are also, you may say, as per the, you may say, this timings are according to society, and the uh, the society has the executive body which shall follow that to appoint different subcommittees of working groups resolutions passed by general body and the different conferences, etc., to decide and take action on organizational, administrative, and financial matters, to fill up vacancies in executive body or any other committee, to appoint persons for carrying out the work of the society. The organization of internet, this organization organizes international conferences in India and abroad every year at least once, in which executive bodies meeting can be organized, and some, you may say, renowned and every year this activity was done, and other countless, you may say, international, national conferences, seminars, workshops, trainings, etc., are regularly organized by GERA in collaboration with other educational organizations. Now I'm taking up the brief, you may say, introduction of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal has been founded on the auspicious day of Ram Navami in the year 1969, and it is working with the objective of national resurgence in the field of education. Its goal is for achieving national resurgence to evolve a completely Bharatiya education system for the primary to the higher education based on Bharatiya values, rooted in Bharatiya culture, and is Bharat-centric, for making objectives, policy curriculum, and pedagogy more Bharatiya through activities of research, awareness, orientation, publication, and networking. For this purpose, the Indian Education Board has developed such a five-pronged methodology. This one is the research, to encourage research in all subjects from Indian knowledge, tradition, and Indian, and to prepare curriculum based on Indianness. So these are the, you may say, main objectives of establishing this research area. Second one area is Prabodhan, which is, you may say, concentrates on to teachers and the entitled section of the society through seminars, conferences, and workshops. And third one major area is training, organizing reference workshops, like teacher study, self-study, parental addresses, teacher counseling, etc. Fourth one is publication. This organization has monthly publications in Marathi, English, and quarterly in Hindi, and various books are published in Hindi, Asmi, Telugu, Gujarati, Kannada, Marathi, and other Indian languages. And organization is the fifth states of the country. Formation of weekly mandals for all interested in education and study groups on the subject. Sir, group mandal is a group of individuals carrying 8 to 15 participants, which meets once in a week for 1 hour, and they discuss on one point which is related to education system or for the welfare of education system. And every person is, it is compulsory for every person to express his views. It has some other, different fractals of dimensions as youth dimension with the aim of inculcating a along with patriotism and to prepare the talent and enthusiasm of the youth for the dedication of the nation. And the Indian Education Board has started the youth dissemination. Gurukul Prakalp. This, Gurukul, it is established for the Gurukul system, that it is an eternal and established system of education, and at present this method is taking the form of future-oriented method and is proving capable of facing all the problems and challenges of the education world. Therefore, the Indian Education Board is striving towards establishing an ideal Gurukul and a society sustainable education system. Some other projects of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandals are Women Project, School Project, Academic Cell, Research Cell, and Publicity and Liaison Department, Publications Division, etc. So many different educational activities are, going on throughout India, which adds some Bharatiya concept, Indian concept to education system. This is a brief, description of BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya and Global Education Research Association and Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Now, due to time constraint, I am just handing over to mic to Miss Anju.
Thank words for precious knowledge about the University, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, and Global Education Research Association. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Salla Rani, Assistant Professor, ITTR, and convener of this international conference for the concept note about on the journey of teacher education from Vedic era to National Education Policy 2020.
Thank you, Anju Madam. A very good morning to all. It is a great pleasure to me to give a concept note of this conference, two-day international conference on journey of teacher education from Vedic era to NEP 2020, in collaboration with Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal and Global Educational Research Association. The Indian education system has evolved to great extent from the Vedic days to today's computer age and e-learning. However, there is one thing that remains common between the two scenarios, and that is the importance of education. A society and economy driven by quality education and eventually by knowledge stands strong in the changing economic and social landscape and is capable enough to cater human welfare. When we talk of education, there are two major stakeholders, students and teachers. When we talk of education, it is important to focus on both to make the process of teaching learning smooth and fruitful. Through this conference, we will try to touch every aspect of the teacher education from Vedic era to NEP 2020. The National Education Policy 2020 of India is expected to provide much needed thrust to the current reforms The national policy on education was framed in 1986 and modified in 1992. Since then, several changes have taken place that calls for a revision of the policy. The Government of India aims to bring out a national education policy to meet the changing dynamics of the population's requirement with regards to quality education, innovation, and research, aiming to make India a knowledge superpower for equipping its students and teachers with the necessary skills and knowledge and to eliminate the shortage of skilled manpower in science, technology, academics, and industries, etc. Experience in many countries indicates that increased standardization of teaching and learning may be counterproductive to the expected economic competitiveness. It is important for governments, institutions, academicians, and students to collaborate rather than compete, and proper synergizations between the governments at various levels, academia and industries would be needed to facilitate and transform quality teacher education in India further. Every year, we add a pool of qualified doctors, engineers, lawyers, and architects to our population. But are we going in the right direction? Are these statistics enough for us as a country to progress? Is it merely enough to have a degree and be qualified in a country like India? The modern education system is tested on the base of examination conducted by boards and universities. The methods of teaching is mostly one way, but it has to be ensured are they learning. If not, which method imparting and acquiring knowledge education is regarding as an attempt to transmit the cultural norms of the groups to its younger members. The first quality of Indian is to know about their culture and their own heroes. Children should aware about their roots, about their history, literature, and Indian heroes. Indian spirituality and meditations, which are very valuable tools of knowledge, should be incorporated in Indian education system. These are unique in the world, so should be taught in schools from kindergarten onwards. And the current pronounced success in connection with character formation, development of personality, and contribution of knowledge in all branches of learning as well as social well-being and material prosperity. In all branches of learning as well as social well-being, material prosperity, and the teacher is the role model. So value-based teacher education is necessary so that it can meet the challenges of value crisis among younger generations, and there should be teacher training for all teachers, school teachers as well as higher education teachers in all the fields including medical, engineering, management, etc. The present Indian curriculum must evolve a special form of teacher education whereby harmony will be established between materialism and spiritualism and human life so that art towards greater perfections 2020 recognize that teachers will require training in high quality content as well as pedagogy. Through this conference, we will provide a platform for teacher educators, researchers, administrators, and educators to share and discuss their ideas, experience, and informations related with teacher education and NEP 2020, and also discuss innovative ideas and case studies in the area of teacher education and perspective of teacher education in NEP 2020. We will try to come up with recommendations for quality improvement of teacher education in India. Thank you very much. And mic over to Dr. Anju.
Thank you, Dr. Salla, for sharing information about this international conference. Now I call upon Dr. Anu Balara, Assistant Professor ITTR and co-convener of this international conference, for the introduction of our guest of honor.
Thank you, Anju. Shri Jitendra Bhardwaj, President Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, is a guest of honor for the international conference. श्री जितेंद्र भारद्वाज वर्तमान में भारतीय शिक्षण मंडल के अध्यक्ष के रूप में कार्य करते हैं तथा साथ ही वह राजकीय महाविद्यालय बहुझज्जर में सह प्राध्यापक के पद पर भी कार्यरत हैं। MA, MPhil तथा PhD तक अध्ययन किया है। ये सन 1998 से उच्चतर शिक्षा में कार्यरत हैं। इन्होंने सन 2015 से 2018 में महर्षि दयानंद विश्वविद्यालय रोहतक में तथा सन 2018 से 2021 में चौधरी बंसीलाल विश्वविद्यालय भिवानी में कुल सचिव के रूप में दायित्व का निर्वाह किया है। विद्यार्थी जीवन में इन्होंने सन 1995 से 1998 तक अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद में हरियाणा प्रांत संगठन मंत्री का भी दायित्व निभाया है। सन 1990 से 1993 तक हिसार विभाग तथा 1993 से 1995 तक कुरुक्षेत्र विभाग संगठन मंत्री तथा प्रदेश मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया है। इन्हें सन 1998 से 2015 तक निजी तथा राजकीय महाविद्यालय में स्नातक तथा स्नातकोत्तर कक्षाओं में अध्यापन का अनुभव प्राप्त है। से 2014 में स्वामी विवेकानंद सार्धशती समारोह समिति के प्रांत सचिव का दायित्व निर्वहन भी किया है। इन्होंने हरियाणा ग्रामीण विकास संस्थान, हरियाणा लोक प्रशासन संस्थान, महामना मदन मोहन मालवीय फैकल्टी विकास केंद्र, महर्षि दयानंद विश्वविद्यालय रोहतक, HRDC भगत फूल सिंह महिला विश्वविद्यालय कानपुर कलां सोनीपत, चौधरी देवीलाल विश्वविद्यालय सिरसा, चौधरी चरण सिंह हरियाणा कृषि विश्वविद्यालय हिसार, गुजवी तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय हिसार आदि उच्चतर शिक्षा संस्थानों में विस्तार व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किए हैं। Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Anju.
Thank you, Dr. Anu, ma'am, for sharing graceful introduction of our guest of honor today. Now I request our guest of honor, Shri Jitendra Bhardwaj ji, President Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, for the address.
तो भगत फूल सिंह महिला विश्वविद्यालय के टीचर ट्रेनिंग एंड रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट के तत्वावधान में ग्लोबल एजुकेशनल रिसर्च एसोसिएशन तथा भारतीय शिक्षण मंडल हरियाणा प्रांत के साथ मिलकर के जो ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी आयोजित की जा रही है, इस संगोष्ठी में हम सब के बीच में हम सब के संरक्षक के रूप में उपस्थित भगत फूल सिंह महिला विश्वविद्यालय की आदरणीय कुलपति प्रोफेसर सुदेश जी, कुलसचिव प्रोफेसर नीलम मलिक जी, आज के इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि प्रोफेसर एस पंच जी, कीनोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर मंजुला जी, ग्लोबल एजुकेशनल रिसर्च एसोसिएशन के प्रमुख के रूप में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित प्रोफेसर SP मल्होत्रा जी, आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित भारतीय शिक्षण मंडल के शैक्षिक प्रकोष्ठ की संयोजिका तथा भगत फूल सिंह महिला विश्वविद्यालय की इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टीचर ट्रेनिंग एंड रिसर्च की डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर सुमन दलाल जी, अन्य सभी विद्वान जो इस संगोष्ठी में चर्चा के लिए उपस्थित है, उन सबको मैं अपना हार्दिक अभिवादन उपस्थित करता हूं। इस संगोष्ठी का विषय अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। वैदिक समय से लेकर के राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 तक शिक्षा के विषय में कितना चिंतन हुआ है, उस चिंतन को हमने अपने दायरे में रखा है। एक बहुत बड़ा कालखंड हमारे सामने का प्रश्न है। भारत के प्राचीन ऋषि मुनियों ने प्रारंभ से ही शिक्षा जैसे विषय को बहुत गंभीरता से लिया था। जीवन की संपूर्णता के बारे में, जीवन का एक संपूर्ण चिंतन भारत के ऋषि मुनियों ने हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किया। जैसे कि हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि मनुष्य के संपूर्ण जीवन को, जिसमें 100 वर्ष के जीवन की कम से कम कामना की गई थी, जीवे में शरदय शतम, इस प्रकार का संकल्प हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में, शास्त्रों में मिलता है। और उसमें जो है जीवन को 4 भागों में विभाजित किया गया था। चतुर्वर्ण 4 आश्रमों की स्थापना की गई थी। उसमें जो सबसे पहला आश्रम था, इसको ब्रह्मचर्य आश्रम कहा जाता था, वह ब्रह्मचर्य आश्रम पूरी तरह से मनुष्य को मनुष्य बनाने के लिए समर्पित था, पूरी तरह से शिक्षा को समर्पित था। आगे आने वाले आश्रमों में जो दायित्व मनुष्य को निभाने थे, उन सबको ठीक प्रकार से संपन्न कर पाने के लिए, योग्य क्षमताओं से लैस करने के लिए इस आश्रम का विचार किया गया था। इसके आधार पर गृहस्थ आश्रम, संन्यास आश्रम, वानप्रस्थ आश्रम, उनमें भी मनुष्य अपनी भूमिका ठीक प्रकार से निभा सके और वास्तव में मनुष्य बन सके, मनुष्य के रूप में अपने जीवन को सार्थक कर सके। इस दृष्टि से बहुत वर्षों पहले विचार हुआ। संस्कृत में मनुष्य की परिभाषा करते हुए कहा जाता है कि मत्वा कर्माणि सीव्यति इति मनुष्य, जो मनन करके, चिंतन करके अपने कार्य करता है, वह मनुष्य है। अर्थात जिसमें विचार करने की क्षमता है, चिंतन करने की क्षमता है, मनन करने की क्षमता है, वह मनुष्य है। मनुष्य में इन क्षमताओं का विकास करने की जो व्यवस्था शिक्षा के माध्यम से की गई, उसके कारण से पूरे मनुष्य के जीवन का एक समग्रता से विचार हो पाया और उस व्यवस्था को शिक्षण पद्धति लागू की गई, जिसको हम वर्षों से गुरु शिष्य परंपरा के रूप में जानते हैं। गुरुकुल पद्धति की भी चर्चा वर्षों से होती आई है और गुरुकुलों का जो प्रारंभ में, प्राचीन काल में बहुत से हमारे जो ग्रंथ हैं और शास्त्र हैं, उन सब में भी जिनका उल्लेख मिलता है, रामायण में, महाभारत में, उनका अस्तित्व उस समय तो था ही। बाद में भी अनेक वर्षों तक और हाल तक के वर्षों में, यानी जैसे अभी आपने अभी बताया कि भगत फूल सिंह जब उन्होंने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कार्य करना प्रारंभ किया, तो गुरुकुलों की स्थापना पर ही उनका आग्रह रहा। तो ये वर्षों पुरानी हमारी परंपरा है, गुरुकुल शिक्षा व्यवस्था, जिसमें गुरु और शिष्य लंबे समय तक एक साथ रहते हैं और गुरु जो है अपनी अधिकतम क्षमताएं शिष्य को तैयार करने के लिए लगाता है, उनको भावी जीवन के लिए, सामाजिक जीवन के लिए, राष्ट्रीय जीवन के लिए, सामुदायिक जीवन का विकास करने के लिए, उनके जीवन को सार्थक बनाने के लिए अपना सर्वस्व समर्पित करता है। इस प्रकार का जो गुरु के प्रति शिष्य का भाव है, वही गुरु को एक बहुत अत्यंत सम्मानजनक स्थान हमारे समाज में प्रदान करता है। इसीलिए कहा जाता रहा, गुरु शिष्य, गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वर, गुरु साक्षात पर ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। और इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था के कारण ही भारत विश्व में शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक उच्चतम स्थान को प्राप्त कर पाया, जो आगे आने वाले वर्षों में भी इतिहास में हम देखते हैं, चाहे वो गुप्त काल की बात हो या हर्षवर्धन का समय हो या बाद में भी अनेक विद्वान भारत की यात्रा पर विदेशों से आए, वो विशेष रूप से यहाँ अध्ययन करने के लिए आए थे। चीनी यात्रियों का, फाइयान का, हिमसांग का नाम हम सुनते हैं, रशियन निकेतिन का नाम सुनते हैं, इब्न बतूता, मिस्र और अरब देशों से भी बहुत सारे विद्वान यहाँ पर आए और यहाँ पर आकर के उन्होंने शिक्षा ग्रहण की और यहाँ के ज्ञान का लाभ उठाई। शिक्षा व्यवस्था जो पश्चिमी शिक्षा व्यवस्था थी, वो उसके क्या हम देख रहे हैं परिणाम, उसके बारे में केवल मैं आचार्य धर्मपाल की पुस्तक के संपादकीय में से एक उल्लेख करना आवश्यक समझता हूँ। महात्मा गांधी 1932 में गए थे लंदन में गोलमेज कॉन्फ्रेंस में भाग लेने के लिए। वहाँ एक पत्रकार ने एक प्रेस वार्ता में उनसे सवाल पूछा कि भारत में अंग्रेजी शिक्षा को 100 वर्ष पूरे हो रहे हैं, आपका इस विषय में क्या कहना है। महात्मा गांधी ने कहा कि मैं प्रमाण सहित कह सकता हूँ कि भारत में पश्चिमी शिक्षा ने निरक्षरता को बढ़ावा दिया है। इस प्रकार की स्थिति का पश्चिमी शिक्षा का हमारे समाज के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा, लेकिन पारंपरिक शिक्षा को बचाए रखने के प्रयास निरंतर जारी रहे और भारत की संस्कृति से, भारत के जीवन मूल्यों से, भारतीयता से, भारत केंद्रित शिक्षा के लिए निरंतर प्रयास करने वाले लोग अपने कार्य में लगे रहे। भारतीय शिक्षण मंडल भी इसी प्रकार के उद्देश्य को लेकर के पिछले लगभग 54 वर्षों से लगातार कार्य कर रहा है। 1969 को रामनवमी के दिन स्थापना के बाद से लेकर के, जैसा अभी आचार्य सुमंदर लाल जी ने भी बताया कि प्राथमिक से लेकर उच्चतर शिक्षा तक और शोध कार्यों में भी किस प्रकार भारतीयता, भारत केंद्रितता और भारतीय संस्कृति का समावेश हो, इसके लिए शिक्षण मंडल निरंतर विभिन्न प्रकार की गतिविधियां चला रहा है और उन गतिविधियों को लेकर के हम सब लोग निरंतर सक्रिय हैं। देश भर में और विदेशों में भी भारतीय शिक्षण मंडल की सक्रियता निरंतर बढ़ रही है। आज के इस संगोष्ठी में मुझे आपने विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में सम्मिलित होने का अवसर प्रदान किया, उसके लिए मैं आदरणीय कुलगुरु जी, कुलपति जी, कुलसचिव जी और सभी आयोजकों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और मैं आशा करता हूं कि यह को प्राप्त कर पाने में निश्चित रूप से सफल होगा और हम सब मिलकर के एक बार पुनः भारत माता को विश्व गुरु के सिंहासन पर विराजमान कर पाने में सफल होंगे। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, Jitendra ji. Thank you very much for sharing your profound knowledge about our glorious past and contribution of education system in our past and cultural values and inculcation of all Indian values with the help of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Priya Dhingra, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR and co-convener of this international conference for the introduction of our keynote speaker.
Good morning to one and all. I, Dr. Priya Dhingra, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, feel honored and privileged to introduce the keynote speaker of the day in this two-day international conference, Professor Manjula. Professor Manjula is Professor in Educational Psychology at the Faculty of Education, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Her main area of expertise is in child development psychology and learning. She has supervised and produced a large number of postgraduate degrees in the area of psychological development of children and adolescents. She is also a veterinary scientist in science education, multigrade education, organizational counseling, early childhood education, and blended learning. She is also an interdisciplinary scientist, which is reflected in her education, research, and practice. She graduated from the University of Colombo with Zoology Honours, completed postgraduate studies in education with a master's from the Open University of Sri Lanka and PhD from Institute of Education, University College London in the United Kingdom. She also secured a postgraduate diploma and Masters of Arts from the Postgraduate Institute of Buddhist and Pali Studies of the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. She has over 35 years of experience in teaching and research. She completed a tenure as the Dean, Faculty of Education, the University of Colombo from 2016 to 2019. She was elected as the General President of the Sri Lankan Association for the Advancement of Scientists in 2016. She won the Scholar Award in the U.S. Government Institute for Secondary School Educators in 2011. She has extensively traveled for research and study to Japan, China, Vietnam, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Nepal, Pakistan, England, and West Indies of Spain, Peru, Germany, Austria, and Finland, and many more. Professor Manjula has delivered invited keynote addresses and speeches in around 50 conferences, international organizations, and universities on a range of topics. He is a member of the editorial boards for more than 15 journals and an active article reviewer of more than 20 journals, of which mainly are of the international level. Her publications are on a range of topics on general education. At present, she is the national coordinator of the Teacher Capacity Building Contessa project of Sri Lanka, launched by the University of Graz, Austria, co-funded by EU. The list goes on and on, but due to time constraint, I would like to stop here and mic is over to Dr. Anju.
Thank you, Dr. Priya ma'am, for introducing us introduction of our chief keynote speaker, Dr. Manjula. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Annu Balara for the next proceeding of this international conference.
Thank you, Dr. Anju. Now I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Manjula, Department of Educational Psychology, Faculty of Education, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, for the address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to share my screen. Let me see whether I can share my screen. Have you made eligible for me to share my screen? Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
This arrow doesn't seem to be active. Check and see, please. It doesn't show live. Are you sure that you have allowed me to share my screen? Why doesn't it work? Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am. We can't see.
Yeah, that's the point. Now I have to press this arrow. This arrow is not live. It's faded. That's my point. It has to be active. Otherwise, how to share my screen? It is not all the other things. Mic is on, video is on, hand raise is on, but the arrow for sharing the screen is not on.
have 3 dots on your screen.
All right. I'm pressing
yes.
that.
Yes, and
Yes.
have you kept open the window of your PPT presentation, ma'am?
I did just now. Let me. Okay, I have done that. Now
Okay, now
press the 3 dots. Is that what you're asking me to do? 3 dots and full screen. If I say full screen.
Excuse me, first organizer stop their sharing screen, then visible.
it's not full screen.
Which one do I have to press? Because I have pressed the three dots. I have opened my PPT, and then what else should I press?
You should click on the slide, on the first slide.
On the slide.
And then there will be a command like share. Share your screen. Share. Share a window, share a tab, share full
okay. Full screen, share a window. Okay.
Share window, ma'am. I think you should go for.
Excuse me, I think, ma'am, you must reconnect. There may be network problem. Only then it is not shown. This arrow is not shown. I think you must rejoin it again.
Okay, I'll reconnect. I'll reconnect. Just yes, I'll reconnect.
Ma'am, if you can present your thoughts orally, then also, ma'am, it would be fine for us. No problem.
My PPT is the inspiration for you.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
That's what I want to show. Otherwise, there's no point in presenting. Also, I can just say some words. That's not the best thing to do. I've reconnected myself, and still, that's the way. Can you see my PPT
Please
now?
unmute. Yes.
Can you see? Yes, please. Can you see?
No, ma'am.
No? Because I pressed all these arrows and stuff and everything, and then I don't
Hello.
think I can do it.
Ma'am, here 3 dots. There is arrow button. Please click the arrow and then share the window.
Hello.
It's
Hello.
not working for me. Arrow is not active for me. I reconnected and I reconnected and everything, but arrow is
Ma'am,
just
प्लीज ऑर्गेनाइजर मेल करा लीजिए मैम से, पीपीटी मेल करा लीजिए, आप शेयर कर दीजिए। ऑर्गेनाइजर जो भी टीम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टीम है वो मेल आईडी सेंड कर दे मैम को और आप शेयर कर दीजिए प्लीज। नहीं हो पा रहा मैम से शायद।
ma'am, you please mail us, then we will play here.
Okay, I think that's better. I'll do that. I'll do that. That's good enough. Yes, thank you. I'll do that. So I'll just speak. It's okay. I'll just speak. Don't worry about it. So my speech for today is on this. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm a teacher educator, and I'm very much motivated for teacher education. So my speech is about, ourselves. I'm speaking to all the ladies here, and since we have exhausted 2 decades, more than 2 decades in the 21st century, I hope you hear me, right? I hope you hear me. I'm speaking. Right. Right. So we have exhausted two decades, more than 2 decades, and then teacher education has been transforming throughout the world, and we are also being transformed. And one of the critical success factors for development of any country is through developing teacher education. Unless capable and committed teachers are in service, the education system cannot become a suitable and potential instrument for national and global development. So my speech is about the 3 things. One is the multidisciplinary perspective. 2 is the value-based teacher education. 3 is about empowering ladies. And in teacher education, research, and leadership. So in this address, I would like to share my reflections on these themes, highlighting how relevant and realistic the concepts are and inspire you. So what is a discipline? A discipline is a well-organized body of knowledge with a specific domain, methodology, and tradition, and possessing its own community of experts. The roots of academic discipline of education in universities can be traced back to the training or 17th century, and in 20th century education began to be recognized as an academic discipline in nearly all universities. So how do we have these disciplines in a multidisciplinary form? In a multidisciplinary form. How do we do that? We can integrate STEM disciplines, humanities, social sciences, all these disciplines, and they can be crossing over with each other. That is how these disciplines are formed. And multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary perspectives are formed. So I am a multidisciplinary or an interdisciplinary scientist, where my education is on science, pure science, that is STEM, and then education in social sciences and in psychology, humanities, and also in Buddhism and Buddhist psychology, humanistic science, studies. So I have tried my level best to integrate all these disciplines together in my research, in my student research, and in my other education endeavors. So the challenge in teacher education is to focus, because it's focused on one way. The teacher education is focused on a one-size-fits-all approach. One size, that is, we, irrespective of the teachers or the trainees who are with us, whether they are from big schools, city schools, whether they have disabled children, poor children in their classes, or whether they are to be serving in the rural sector, deprived sector, the urban deprived sectors, we are not considering those things, at least in Sri Lanka. So we are training the teachers on a one-size-fits-all basis. But it is now being changed. It is now being changed. And we are trying to accommodate the inclusivity of this teacher education. So recently, I spoke at an Indian webinar on inclusive education. So it is South Asia Inclusive Education Research Hub launch colloquium. That was on the 24th and 25th February 2022. So it was launched from Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. So I was invited by them, and it was a wonderful experience to share and listen to all the Indian colleagues who were talking about inclusivity in education. So I was able to see that you all are much ahead than us, Sri Lankan teacher education, in terms of inclusive education. So that was something that I learned from that webinar, and I could present, and I'll be working with them in due course. So the other thing is that about ourselves, the ladies and also gentlemen, as teacher educators, there's no formal system of professional development for teacher educators. No formal system, at least in our country. And even in the West, there isn't any. The teachers and teacher educators committed to professionalism enthusiastically participate in training to stay abreast of advances in technology and emerging trends in education. They seek information on best practices and teaching strategies for all types of learners. In recent years, we have seen an increase in self-directed professional development of educators that includes many things, such as interactive online webinars or videos and other content that may be streamed through web browsers. This is also one. The other interests include reading books, magazines, blogs about educational leadership. You do it on your own. That is self-directed professional development without somebody coming behind you and telling you. And some conduct research continually, improve their teaching methods, and support the performance of their students. Additionally, and belong to professional organizations to connect with others in the world. So professional organizations, like you all have this association, ERA, and all these associations that you have, will be contributing to the self-directed professional development of educators. So I've conducted many researches in the rural sector in many countries and also in Sri Lanka. And being a researcher has been a rewarding experience to tell you how it is, to try out various interventions with teachers. That is my main aim for research. I don't do research work just to publish somewhere or to keep it in a library rack. I work with teachers in schools and then develop some kind of interventions or innovations to improve their settings in teaching and learning. So that has been over 20 odd years. That has been my focus for research. And I have been rewarded for that because some of the interventions for multi-grade teaching, that is, the teachers have to adopt teaching strategies to teach from more than one grade at a time. You have multi-grade teaching in India. I've visited to Rishi Valley to see multi-grade schools and teachers in India. So we have, Sri Lanka adopts the interventions that I have adopted with them. And then we are working with these teachers to improve, and they get empowered to work with, their tacit knowledge, the knowledge that they have got from their context to improve their teaching strategies. So teacher education is not something that we can do just at the university level, at the university itself. We will have to go to the schools and then work with the practitioners. And my main methodologies for doing research is action research and design-based research. So action research, design-based research are two methodologies. Some time later, when you want me to outline the work that I have done, I will do so, and the teachers are being empowered. Then I have presented a lot of, papers as my introduction, with a generous introduction, presenting, you have to encourage, and you are doing it now. The 2-day conference, I congratulate to you for organizing this kind of nice event. And then, as you said, this interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity in work is very difficult. I'll tell you, it is very difficult because it is difficult to work with the people who are in other disciplines. But I have managed to done that as well. So as my introduction said, I've been the general president of the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science. It's a multidisciplinary scientist, elite scientist group. And it's very, very rare that a social scientist can be the general president. But the commitment, the work that I've done has, yielded that position. I was the president, now I'm past president. I was the president in 2016. It's a very, very rare opportunity, but I'll tell you, as social scientists, we have to work hard because the pure scientists are doing their work through but social scientists are working in the field and much more difficulties are encountered by social scientists. And the rigor in research has to be made, recognizable to the pure scientists. There may be pure scientists here in this forum. I'm not undermining any of them. I have been, I am a pure scientist as well. And I know how we could make social sciences as rigorous as possible. So then these multidisciplinary collaborations that I have made with a lot of, colleagues from STEM sciences and other disciplines, have made the social sciences also get brighter in the field of all the sciences. So therefore, I urge you to do multidisciplinary research. As teacher educators, we are able to work with all faculties in a university. We can work with all faculties, engineering faculties. Now I'm working with the engineering faculty, science, technology, engineering, mathematics education. They welcome us. They have invited us. So therefore, we have a place. We have to do that. So teacher educators have to be very strong, have to be very, very strong. Policymakers may not be with us. Administrators may not be with us all the time, but we have to convince them. We have to convince the mismatches of ideologies that we all have across parties. We as teacher educators and teachers can never give up. International collaborations are a source of inspiration. And there is a project that I am working as a national coordinator, Contessa. I will send you all my presentation and also the link to that. We have developed with Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Austria, and Germany, a primary teacher education program, 5 modules. They are available for anybody's use on the net, their website, our website, Contessa website. I'll send you the link, right? All the modules are there. You can customize them. You only thing that you have to do is to acknowledge them because it's a Creative Commons license. So therefore, you can adapt these modules for your teacher training. I urge you to, because it's a very modern one. It's not based on Western education. We can work with our curriculum using the models that all these 4 countries have worked and developed. We have been co-developers with Cambodia, Germany, and Austria. So this European Union funded, project was a massive project, and please use when I send you the link for this teacher education program. You should apply and get, these EU projects collaborating with you and then European, I'm sure some of you might be, so that you can develop your global teacher education programs, because teachers that we produce are not for our own country, and the students who work with us should be acceptable to any country in the world. So therefore, we need to be very much global as well as, local. So I've learned that much, and then I'm very much with you. As a lady teacher educator, I have telling you, it has been highly rewarding. My career has been highly rewarding. So therefore, don't give up. Please don't give up, right? Don't run after anything other than improving your own quality. Don't run after money or anything. Just, run after, be committed to your own development. Be committed, work hard. Best wishes. I will support you. in your endeavors to the best of my ability. Thank you so much. I'll send you my PPT. Sorry for the disturbance. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Manjula ji, for sharing your valuable thoughts and your deep knowledge with all of us. I now invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson, BPSITTR, for the introduction of the Chief Guest.
Good noon to everyone. Dr. P. Panchanatham, our chief guest of this international conference and Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, has very vast experience, administrative and teaching experience. Both he has very vast. In the same way, his educational qualifications are, you may say, MBA, PhD, HR, OBCB, LEAP, IIT Kharagpur and Cambridge, USA.
The list is so
from
long.
USA, MD Israel, LMI Hungary, and MA Netherlands, MCOM, MSc Geology, MEd, MS Psychology, MSc Yoga, and he has 33 years long experience of teaching, mainly from Annamalai University, and he has 20 years, more than 20 years administrative experience as, you may say, entrepreneur SSI of Earn While Learn, Nodal Officer SHA MHRD, Chief Coordinator, uh, PMRY Manager, Government of Pondicherry, Students Welfare Officer, Placement Officer, Deputy Warden, Head of Department DBA, Registrar Annamalai University, and presently he is Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University. He has exposure to 36 countries, and in total he has visited 55 educational visits to other countries like USA, Russia, UK, Sweden, France, China, Singapore, Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, Nepal, Israel, Mauritius, Cambodia, Vietnam, Cyprus, UAE, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Italy, Indonesia, Cameroon, Switzerland, Vatican, Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Bosnia, uh, Netherlands, Germany, Philippines, Georgia, etc. So in total, he has visited 36 countries, a very huge number. And he has been the, you know, say, a professor or visiting professor at different in different universities. Visiting faculty training at NLC India Limited, Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia, Eastern University, Sri Lanka, University of Bravegia, Indonesia, Southern Federal University, Russia, Nova State University, Philippines, Vilnius University, Lithuania, Cambodia, University of Cyprus, and visiting fellow, CGS, USA. He has given very huge amount of contribution to research and publication. He has total number of publications in different journals is 463, a very much big
Dr. Suman,
number. In
you can share his, book type resume with all the participants. And I think.
Sure, ma'am, I will share later on, but just brief, I'm just sharing. Uh, Publication proceedings 140, books published 75, and he's editor, reviewer 20 journals, and UGC SAT coordinator from 2013 to 18. And he has programs organized, you may say, international 12, national events organized 400, and you may say He has invited guest lectures delivered 474, and you may say leadership for online programs 2000 and extension programs organized by 1000. Very very big, you may say. And he just on just sharing the awards or fellowship received. 47 national and international awards he has been received so far, and lifetime achievement awards included, and best teacher and best researcher awards also. So he has some social responsibility as President, Assistant Governor, Rathi International, NSS volunteer and motivational speaker, community services activities, and as a Vice Chancellor, he has contributed a lot to the university. As you know, knowledge dissemination creation he has created in the university. He has, you know,
Enough,
signed so
ma'am.
many
Ma'am.
MOUs with other
Ma'am.
universities, other organizations.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You have told more about me. Thank you. Thank you.
No, sir.
May I?
It is, you know, sir, just little, you know, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I
Thank
will
you.
share his, I just
Yes.
mentioned 59 and 10%. I will share his biodata to all our participants, and not taking so much time. I am handing over mic to Dr. Anu.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing. Now, I'd like to invite our chief guest of the International Conference on Journey of Teacher Education from Vedic Era to National Education Policy, Dr. N. Panchanatham, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Teachers Education University, Karapakkam, Chennai, for the address.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sudesh Madam, a dynamic personality, intellectual personality, maintaining good human relations with the colleagues, remembering friends always. I am an example for that. Such a great personality. Other galaxy of respected personalities present here, like Sri Jitendra Ji, President of BSM, Dr. Manjula Madam, former Dean from Sri Lanka, who gave a wonderful address, Dr. Suman Dalal, Organizing Committee Chief, Dr. Neelam, Dr. Malhotra, Dr. Reena, Dr. Surala, Dr. Priya, Dr. Anu, galaxy of great set of people present here, wonderful participants, elite participants, great participants. To all of you, namaste, namaskar, in Tamil, vanakkam, vanakkam. At the outset, on behalf of all elite participants, I congratulate BPS Institute of Teacher Training and Research. Our university also, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, which has got affiliation to 642 colleges of education throughout Tamil Nadu, inclusive of government colleges, government aided colleges, and self-financing colleges. So all these 642 colleges are affiliated to our university. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Tamil Nadu, our university, and our home as well. Bhagatpur Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, headed by a great leader, Professor Sudesh Madam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, moving forward to achieve many things, particularly in the field of providing quality education. Today it is organizing in collaboration with Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, a great organization leading India, leading Bharat towards its excellence and global educational Research Association. So I salute all the three great institutions being together today and organizing a wonderful program. I join organizing committee in congratulating, appreciating wonderful participants, teachers, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. You are all investing your valuable time to get new insights from speakers, or the existing insights are getting reinforced. That means even the standard one, Mata, Pita, Guru, Devam, God, including God, blessed us, study well. But still we need reinforcement, particularly children go to school to standard. Parents ask children to study well, study well, study well, reinforcement. So from the speakers you are getting new insights, or you know already you get reinforcement in such a way. Wonderful participants. Stop learning, stop teaching. Stop learning, stop doing research. Stop learning, stop making progress. So you have understood that. That is the reason today, under the great leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh Madam, leadership, many are working together to organize this great program. Wonderful speakers have come today. You are all very much benefited. Once again, I appreciate and congratulate all of you. The wonderful title, Journey of Teacher Education for Vedic, from Vedic era to NEP 2020. How beautifully, see, 100 times if you repeatedly read the title, that itself gives a lot of message. Go back, do analysis, review the literature, journey of teacher education, which starts 5,000 years ago. Bharat was the great forerunner. It's a great Bharat for it was showing path to other countries in the world. That is the reason Nalanda, Dakshashila, great universities in India, people from Malaysia, Burma, Rangoon, other southeastern countries, they all came to these great universities in those days, and they got educated. That means, see the standard of Bharat, standard of education, standard of teaching learning process of Gurukula system. Gurukula system. India, as they rightly introduced me, I made some 55 international visits. In all those universities, people used to ask me, what is your contribution? What is India's contribution? I used to tell zero. Immediately they all used to laugh. Then I used to explain. Zero was invented by Indian. Unless the zero was invented, no mathematics today, no computer today. All computer programs are 1001, 1001. All codings are going on to it. So India shown the path to the world. Zero was invented by an Indian. That is the reason the whole world is progressing today. That being the case, in Gurukula system, teachers, students went to teacher. An interesting situation is there. You all would have come to know in one of the universities, many years, 3 decades ago, Honorable, that time, then Prime Minister came. He wanted to have an interaction with an history teacher. History teacher was ready to come and meet the Honorable Prime Minister in the guest house. In the meantime, he came to know that the Prime Minister is inviting the history teacher not just to say have a chat, but to have some clarification in the subject. So immediately that teacher, Satyanada Iyer, that teacher sent an information to Honorable Prime Minister that if out of respect someone should see Prime Minister, I am chosen, I have to come, I am ready to come. But if the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, those days, 40 years, 50 years ago, if the Honorable Prime Minister has got a doubt in subject, I am a teacher, he is a student. Then the Prime Minister came, history says. Prime Minister came to the history department, he was talking to the history teacher. more than half an hour. He made it clear. He cleared all his doubts. When he has returned, that here is a great teacher who cleared all my doubts beyond the boundary of my doubts. That is the status of the guru. That is the status of a teacher. That is Bharat. That is the country. That is the reason people, we all went to gurus. Many times when those days gurus were paid, many times in history, if you see, gurus did not accept money. They said, knowledge is not for sale. My knowledge is not for sale. You want to give some guru dakshana? Okay, give some food, give some clothes, guru dakshana. But no money. Knowledge was not for sale. That is the nature of a teacher. That is how Gurukula system was there. That is the reason Nalanda was there. That is the reason Dakshashila was there. See the meaning of Dakshashila. Conversion, converting stones into statutes. Dakshashila, stones into statutes. The teacher's responsibility is what type of student comes to him or her? No worry. He or she, the student should be converted. He may be simply a stone. The stone should be converted into a statue. That is the purpose of a teacher. That is the purpose of the guru. That is the purpose of Guru Gula system. Guru Gula system. That is how 5,000 years ago, 5,000 BC, they say. That means 7,000 years ago, 7,000 years ago, this great country, Bharat, started Gurukula system, became a great model to many countries. As rightly others told, they have done research in physics, chemistry, astrology, medicine, so traditional medicine. Name the field. Our gurus, our Gurukula system has done a lot of things. We all recall, thankfully, our Gurukula system. The journey of teacher education from this Vedic Gurukula system to the NEP, New Educational Policy 2020. You can see the similarity. In Gurukula system also, teacher used student-centric method. Student-centric method. Students are taken to field. Students were made to learn from the field. Even today, new education policy says we all should give importance to pedagogy, student-centric pedagogy of teaching learning process. You can dance and teach. You can sing and teach. You can take students to the field. You can do games. You can take students to laboratory. You can do case study. You can do management games. You can make drama. You can make students to do extempo. You can do students to do group discussion. 150 methods of teaching learning process is there. Unfortunately, even today we try to restrict ourselves to lecture method or a few more methods. But there are 150 methods. That is the reason my teacher, Guru, in those days used to tell, you may teach the same subject, but every class is a new class. You may have the same content, but you are a good teacher, every class is a new class. To teach 1 hour, 3 hours preparation is required. For a good teacher who has been teaching the particular subject for the past 20 years, a good teacher may require 3 hours preparation. And more than that, not only preparation, but also the communication skill. Our Honorable former President of India, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, when he was a professor of philosophy in Mysore University, what you and I used to do today for 1 hour, he used to do it in 20 minutes. He used to go to his classes after always 20 minutes late, and he will come out 20 minutes in advance. Today, if you and I do, our Dean, respected Dean Suman Madam, will give memo to us if I go 20 minutes late. If I come out 20 minutes earlier, stakeholders like Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, because even he went after 20 minutes of his class, 11 to 12 class, 11:20 he goes, 11:40 he comes. But what you and I and other teachers can do it in 60 minutes teaching learning process. He was capable of doing it in 20 minutes. His communication skill. That is the reason all stakeholders loved him, respected him, liked him. When a situation came, he was transferred to posted in Kolkata University way back 30, 40 years ago. Students did not allow him to go. You are my teacher. You are my guru. You must be here. What others teach in 60 minutes, you are teaching in 20 minutes. They did not allow that. The horse cart was ready to go to Mysore railway station. They actually pulled the horse out. Horses went out. They did not allow. Somehow he convinced. Then they were searching for the horses. Horses went somewhere. Then the history says students played the role of horses. They pulled their teacher, asking the teacher to sit on the cart. Instead of horses, they pulled the teacher in the horse cart, took him to Mysore railway station and gave warm send-off to Calcutta. See the dedication, Gurukula. See the love, respect the teacher is commanding from the students. So that is Bharat. That is Bharat education system. That is the journey we came. That is the journey teacher education was there. So in that way, once again, I congratulate and appreciate BPSF, Institute of Teacher Training and Research, under Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, under the leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sudesh Madam, and Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal and Global Educational Research. So in the world of research, I can tell you an example, as rightly our Honorable Manjula Madam told, how today this particular research system should be. Research issue. One example I'll tell you. My son after his IIT education, today is doing his doctorate in INSEAD, Global Business School, Singapore and France, which is Stanford, Harvard, INSEAD, always they come number 1, number 2, number 3. I used to ask him a question. I have published more than 500 papers. Nobody is inviting me to speak except Honorable Sudesh Madam, Vice Chancellor, because she happens to be my good friend. She invites me, but generally nobody invites. But you people are publishing only 1 or 2 papers. Whole world invites. What is the reason? Then he told the original case study of his immediate senior from India, 32 years old, my son's senior. He published only 2 papers, just 2 papers. For these 2 papers, research papers, the institute invested Indian rupees 2 crores. In 5 years, he published. In 5 years, he published 2 papers. For 2 papers, the institute, the government spent 2 crores. Even today, my son is getting 4,000 Singapore dollar every day. Then, if he goes for publication, he gets some award of. So, 2 crores to publish 2 papers. If these 2 papers put together, don't even bound, just to give staple and give it to them, they give you a doctorate degree. Top 5 journals in the world. The discipline in which he does or she does PhD, the top 5 journals in the world, they have to publish. For these 2 papers, they spend 2 crores plus 1 PhD, plus he was appointed in one of the institutions in Singapore for 23,000 Singapore dollar per month. 23,000. The original case study, I'll give the number, phone number, address, everything, replacement they arrange. After that, before COVID, that 32 years old boy, senior of my son, was invited by 50 great institutions in the world. The last one, 19th one, 19, he went to Australia. After that COVID came, he did not go. Every time he goes, one of to speak, and another 1.5 hours discussion. For these 3 hours program, they pay $5,000 to him, plus business class airfare, plus star hotel accommodation, plus students take the boy around the country. All these things for his one paper presentation of 1.5 hours and discussion 1.5 hours, 3 hours. Quality matters. Quality matters. I have 500 papers, but unless my respected good friend, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sudesh Madam invites, I don't get an opportunity. But this boy is invited by 50 countries because rightly Professor Manjula Madam told, we all should go for interdiscipline. Our Gurukula system was like that. Our NEP says multidisciplinary. Our NEP says multidisciplinary research. Our NEP says student-centric teaching. Our NEP says in every local language, treasure is there that should be translated to all other languages. Translation center, for example, in Tamil, தன்னை அறிய தனக்கொரு கேடில்லை தன்னை அறியாமல் தானே கெடுகின்றான் தன்னை அறியும் அறிவை அறிந்தபின் தன்னையே தான் அர்ச்சிக்கின்றானே திருமூலர், a great saint, Gurukula system 3000 years ago he has given this song in Tamil. Similarly, in all languages it is there. It means when you started to know introspection, meditation, yoga, when you do introspection continuously, when you realize that about yourself, then find God within you. This song was sung 3000 years ago in Tamil. Similarly, in Malayalam, in Hindi, in Urdu, in all languages, treasure is there. That is the reason national education policy, new education policy says that translation center has been made. Friends, teachers, students, scholars, we have a lot of responsibility to do for our Bharat. Today, out of 1.38 billion people of our brothers and sisters, around 22% are illiterate. They do not know to write their name, the name. Even today, if we go to Chennai bus stand, many people come to us and they ask whether this bus goes to Pondicherry, this bus goes to Hyderabad. Please read. Even our brothers and sisters, 22%, which is equivalent to 3 times of the European countries' population. Like, for example, if we take France, 3 times of France population of our people, the brothers, our sisters, do not know to write their names, do not know to read what is there in the bus. So as possibility to make our Bharat second to none in the world, second to none in the world. In that way, this conference, this wonderful conference, that too in the name, Journey of Teacher Education from Vedic era to NEP 2020, it gives a lot of impetus, motivation to all the great, wonderful, dedicated, intellectual, light listeners, so that much contribution will be there to the nation. And we all must be professionally equipped. Only then Gurukula to Google. Today we have come to Google, Gurukula to Google. So professional skill is very much required. In the lighter sense, our people used to tell in Tamil Nadu, a thief went to a house. Like me, a husband was sleeping. The thief showed the pistol and take your I will kill you. Then immediately that husband like me was sleeping on the floor asked me a question. Are you new to this profession? It was a surprise to the thief that really is new. In COVID, he did not get any job. He decided to go for stealing work from that day only. It was a shock for him. How did you find out? He asked. Then he told, in India, particularly in Tamil Nadu, when almirahs and bureaus have cash, jewels, gold, will any man keep the key? Always women used to keep the key. But you misunderstood and you are coming and asking me where is the key. You see, my wife is keeping the key. Even I wanted to take 500 rupees. I could not take bureau key for the past 1 week, almirah key. So the left side, behind her, she is keeping and sleeping there. The thief took that key, opened. She's a clever lady. Inside, somewhere she has got everything. Just 1,000 rupees was there. And he gave all the 1,000 rupees He gave all 1,000 rupees. He asked, why you are giving all the money to me? Then the thief told, I have few houses, I can go and steal. You are the only person you want to steal within your own home. Keep all 1,000 rupees with you. So lighter sense, this story was told. But the truth is, even if you go for stealing work, stealing profession, thief work, you should know professional skill. Otherwise, you cannot be successful. That is the case. Teacher work is not stealing work. Man making. Vivekananda ji says, converting people into human being, particularly manifestation of perfection. Swami Vivekananda says, manifestation of perfection already within human being. It is there in the human being. The teacher's response that quality, character building. Such teachers' education needs a lot of review of literature from Gurukula system and today. Even today, I'll take only 2 more minutes and I am given 30 minutes and 25 minutes are over. Just 2 more minutes and stop. Even today, in one of the government schools in Tamil Nadu, regarding this experiential learning, pedagogy. The live case study, I'll tell you, you can type and see in Google, you can find out the newspaper information. A school teacher wanted children of 5, 6, 7 years old to write about the aeroplane. He taught about the aeroplane he wanted 10 mark question to write 3 pages. Children were able to write only three lines, 5 lines, half a page. Then he decided to purchase 23 children. He purchased to Chennai, aeroplane ticket 1 way, return ticket by train, because he's a poor teacher, only that much is affordable. He purchased 23 tickets to poor children, and he took all children from Madurai to Chennai. Then they all came back. The same question was given to them. The children wrote 10 pages. What is airport? What is landing? What is takeoff? Who are crew members? What is security check? How it is cleaned it will be? All those things. Children wrote 10 pages. Experiential learning. That is what Gurukula was doing 7,000 years ago. Bharat was showing how to teach pedagogy to the Education Policy 2020, recollects all those things, gives provision in all its arrangements of implementation of NEP, so that the best system followed in Gurukula system to teach, particularly student-centered teaching, experiential learning. That's what NEP is insisting. That is the reason today's conference, international conference, wonderful conference organized by BPS, Institute of Teacher Training and Research, under the leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor Sudesh Madam, and all these dedicated organizing committee members, including BSM, Bharatiya Chichan Mandal, and Global Educational Research and Research Association, together giving lot of information, either new insights to the great audience or getting reinforced. So such a wonderful people. See, one more last example, storytelling. Our mother started to teach through stories, our ethics, our values, how to behave with others. Mothers at home as a first teacher started to tell stories. Even today, storytelling is one of the best method of teaching learning process. So in that way, friends, wonderful audience, I join organizing committee members in appreciating you for investing your valuable time to get reinforcement of existing knowledge or to get new insights. I join all wonderful elite audience in congratulating Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Sudesh Madam and her team for organizing this great program. Once again, I appreciate all of you. I sincerely thank all of you for having given me an opportunity to be with you in this beautiful morning. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and my home as well. Thank you very much. God bless all.
Thank you, sir. for enlightening us with your valuable thoughts, sparing your precious time for us, and gracing the event. I'd like to invite Dr. Reena Rani, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, and convener of the International Conference for the introduction of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kalan, Sonipat.
Thank you, Dr. and good afternoon to all. Today, I feel honored to introduce a versatile personality of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh ji. Before the joining of BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, she was the professor in the University Kurukshetra. She has awarded many prestigious awards like Commonwealth Fellowship 2002 and 3 by the Cardiff United Kingdom Business School and postdoctoral fellowship in 2009-10 by the University Grant Commission, New Delhi. She has 31 years of experience, which is blend of academic, administrative, and the research exposure. Madam has published many defining research papers in the area of banking, financial services, and the management. Professor Sudeshi has international exposure by way of visiting the universities of United Kingdom like Oxford University, Cambridge University, London School of Economics, and the University of Sydney in Australia. She has actively involved in the UGC program on capacity building for women managers in higher education coordinator of SAM and TOT workshops. She is privileged editorial board member of the various research journals at the national as well as international levels. Madam is a member of various statutory bodies of the universities like Executive Council, Academic Council, and Financial Committee, etc. Ma'am has initiated revision and upgradation of different syllabi of MBA programs as per the requirement of the industries in the present era. Madam has associated with the implementation of the choice-based credit system in the university. Ma'am has the expert committee of the UGC and AICT for the administration of the grants in aid of the educational institution. Ma'am is also the member of the Association of the Commonwealth Scholars and the Fellow, New Delhi. List of achievement is so long, but time duration is very short, so I do not take much time now.
Thank you, Dr. Reena. Now I invite Professor Sudesh Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala Sonipat, for the presidential address.
Thank you. It's my proud privilege to give presidential address for this international conference. Dr. N. Panchanan, Vice Chancellor, Teachers Training University of Chennai. I think it is a university, the only university of its kind in the country. Professor Manjula, Dean of the Faculty, University of Columbia. Professor S.P. Malhotra, an old senior colleague at Kurukshetra University, and a very close friend and a neighbor in past, Dr. Jitendra, President of Haryana Section Mandal, Dr. Suman Dalal and her motivated team at ITTR, this international conference. Very rightly, I would like to congratulate all of you for choosing a theme which is so relevant and timely, that is Journey of Teachers Education from Vedic Era to NEP, and for making choice of, persons, those who were there in the inaugural session in form of Dr. Panchanandam, the Vice Chancellor of Teacher Training, and a great scholar, a great expert on pedagogy, a great human being. I met Professor Panchanan in one of, the meeting of one of the NEC committee. The kind of contribution, input he was giving in that committee to the various institutions, I must appreciate it. I have been a part of many committees, but the value addition that on me. And when the organizers asked me who could be, because I've recently joined. He said we are doing a workshop on pedagogy and this teachers' education. And your contribution in those committee had left a mark on my mind that he could be the best person to be a chief guest in this teachers program. So welcome to BPS and thanks a lot for sparing your valuable time. And this is the first interaction, and I know you have to be here when things become normal to contribute in your learnings, your insights into this great educational institution, which was say envisioned by Bhagat Phool Singh 103 years back into a land which was feudal in character. The invaders were around, women education was at the back seat. How he did it, I mean, it is commendable. So this great institution offers, it has been contributing in women education, empowering women through education. So we would be looking forward for your support in any ways in future, Dr. Panchananda, for that. Then coming over to then Professor Manjula too would also be contributing in her own ways. She rightly pointed out that things have to be interdisciplinary when we are studying science. Suppose if we don't know the society, social sciences, what would science do? It would not do anything. So as student of science has to understand society, as student of social science, bit we have left, last 25 years with the advent of this process of capitalization. I think this messed up our education because I'm witness to that mushrooming of educational institutions, with be it B.Ed colleges. I was a part of their, inspections. I was interacting with how they were coming up. B.Ed colleges. When I used to go for their inspection, the kind of practices that were followed there, they used to really make me afraid, the kind of teachers we are producing. So to my mind, I see that last 30 years have been very, very, bad for the higher education system in terms of mushrooming of institutions coming in. And I used to really wonder when I used to go to those the B.Ed colleges, what kind of teachers they are going to be. Because, एजुकेशन में जो चीजें आती हैं जो आज हो रही हैं उसका इम्पैक्ट कुछ समय बाद आता है. When I used to visit those B.Ed colleges, they were non-attending, a lot of malpractices, they were following it. I didn't really know in my first inspection how to react. I was supposed to react like an inspector, checking their IDs, that the teacher जो है उस कॉलेज में पढ़ाता भी है या नहीं. I did not have any principal, and they were all forged document. That really made me afraid. All these people with these B.Ed degrees and M.Ed degrees, they're going to go to the higher education institutions, the kind of values that they are, with which they have come out. And if they go to the education institutions, what kind of education institutions they'll create, what kind of value they'll impart to their students. So this is the right time when new education policy has come in. We as teachers have a greater role to play. If we look at the role of teachers into higher education, Vedic Kal mein kya tha? Guru Shishya Parampara was there, and there was monopoly of the teacher on the knowledge. If the students have to seek knowledge, they have to go to the teachers, and these teachers, they came from upper caste. So we appreciate the Vedic Kal. It was very great. हम उसको बहुत glorify भी करते हैं, but at times we have evidence of that. This in Vedic Kal, the education system was not inclusive. A lot of people were kept out of learning if they belong to, say, certain varnas. Because what I feel is no Kal is perfect. Even in Vedic Kal, there might have been certain problems. That is why we could not sustain it. Knowledge पे जो है गुरु की जो है monopoly type मुझे दिखती है. I don't know. I'm not a scholar of say literature, but my own rare observation was that because in earlier times also certain kinds of vices are visible. Like in case of Eklavya, he was denied, say, right to study by the great gurus. And now when we come down to the present scenario, which is we also call as Google era, aaj kya hai? I mean, the whole content is available on the internet, digital era is there. And now the teacher has no monopoly over knowledge. वो अपने लर्नर्स को जो है कंटेंट में तो उसको डिलीवर करना उसका वो नहीं रहेगा, परंतु उसको क्या रोल रहेगा कि जो है अपने लर्नर्स को ठीक प्रकार के प्रश्न पूछने के लिए प्रेरित कहाँ मिलेगा. Qualities of a good teacher would be in terms of you can say he should have good communication skill, deep knowledge होना चाहिए, easy and executable होना चाहिए. Passion for the subject should also be there. The pedagogical changes would also have to be taken up. And I think I look at it, 4 C's will be very important. That is critical thinking, communication, collaboration. The way it has been done in this workshop, you have to collaborate with people with the different perspectives. And then creativity, which will come through when we will give them off time, creativity. So 4 things have to be critical into the teaching learning processes and times to come in. And now we look at a lot of changes that are coming in the digital area, because you know this NEP would also focus on say digitalization. Digital universities will come whether we like it or we don't like it, because still, as Professor Panchananda pointed out, a lot of people are out of the reach. Access to quality education remains a challenge till on this day, even when we have about 1,050 universities and 45,000 colleges. The reason is that growing number of aspiring students and enormous competition to get into the best institutions. Our admission processes have become exercise in eliminating people. Like in Delhi University, 100% people get percentage they get, but still they are not able to get the admission into good institutions. And now the total, where does we leave the rest, those who do not get into these institutions? So we thought until the national education policy was unveiled in 2020, NEP 2020 offers a paradigm shift in the way we have thought about education in our country. There is a strong emphasis on digital technologies. After this COVID-19, our attitude towards using digital platforms have changed dramatically. Grandmothers interacting with the grandchildren through those platforms have become unexceptional. Teachers who have, those who had doubts about the reality of using digital platforms in teaching learning, they're using it, they've adapted to it. And this conference is an example of that. Probably all these teachers would have never got a chance to listen to energetic Professor Panchanandan if it was to be in offline mode. So cost cutting also comes in there. Now, it is in this backdrop that Prime Minister Modi's words to a group of higher education experts on February 21 assume importance. He said, when we are connecting our villages through optical fiber, trying to keep the cost of data affordable, improving infrastructure related connectivity, some people raised questions. The need for such initiatives. But during the pandemic, everyone realized the importance of our efforts. The digital universities can be entirely solved issues relating to seats in our universities. Imagine the possible transformation in education if these are unlimited seats in particular subject. Eventually, digital university is expected to be established in an institution of national importance through an act of parliament. It will operate in a hub and spoke model, incorporating best technological platforms, digital center creators, and top ranked higher educational institutions. And now, as what has happened in India, in the past, people used to come and study in India. So many years of independence, particularly in North India. Also, I come from North India, adjoining Punjab. People do not want to stay in India. They're looking forward to go out to the other countries. Recent example we have seen in Ukraine. Our people have gone to study outside. So if we have digital universities, a lot of people could get their education here also. So a lot of challenges, of course, are there. We have to adhere to the new pedagogies, which has to be learner-centric. Uh, and all these kinds of things would happen. So what I believe here is that new things are coming in. We as educational institutions have to adapt these new changes. We have to look for newer opportunities. Of course, there'll be certain challenges, as has always been there. But I understand that highly motivated teachers like in this group, they will also suggest certain solutions to these kinds of problems that that would come up. At BPSM Vishwavidyalaya, we in the coming session, we intend to say implement new education policy. Before implementing it, we would be doing a series of dialogue so that people understand the basic things behind the philosophy behind the new NEP, which is in terms of multidisciplinary credit, because everything has to be redone. The way we'll evaluate our students, outcome-based learning would be there. The teacher will also have to think why we are teaching a particular course. The pedagogies have to be say, and for that, the role of the teacher training is going to be very, very challenging. So institutions like this ITTR will have a greater role to play in making the people understand the basic philosophy. Actually, we become critical about so many things because we are unable to understand it. That's my experience of academia. Because when I don't understand the basic philosophy, I don't have a dialogue because we are going in a particular direction. All of a certain new thing comes in. So that could be converted into opportunity only when people understand it. And not taking much time, I think online sessions become very difficult at times. And otherwise also, I'm a person who doesn't speak much, but after listening to the learned speakers like my friend Panchanan, I had shared my, view about this new education policy. I know the team at BSM, this Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya is prepared to accept the challenges with people like Professor Suman and her dedicated team. So with that, I end my presidential address and wish you all a very, very successful, fruitful discussion in this international conference. And I'm sure your deliberations are going to give a new shape, it will prepare you to accept and implement the new education policy in your respective institutions with a lot of vigor. With this, thank you all, and would again request Professor Panchanan to plan whenever he's in Delhi. He is a part of this great institution, the kind of person that I saw him during that. So thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your deep knowledge and all your motivation and enlightening us with your valuable thoughts. I now invite Dr. Reena Rani, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, and convener of this international conference for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Annu, and again, good afternoon to all. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I, on the behalf of organizing committee, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh ji, for her consent, help, and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, ma'am, and we thank you for being with us today. I'm also thankful to our worthy registrar, Dr. Neelam Malik ji, who helped us in obtaining the necessary administrative approval and for the organizing this event. She supported in all possible manners to organizing this conference. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to our chief guest N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Teacher Education University, and keynote speaker Professor Manjula, former Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, who graced us with their kind presence and very inspiring inaugural address. My special thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Jitendra Bhardwaj, for his gracious presence in this event. At this moment, I would also like to thank Professor S.P. Malhotra ji for various help we received toward this conference. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a motivation. In this series, firstly, I would like to thank our beloved chairperson, Dr. Suman Dalalji, for giving us guidance at every step of this conference. I am very thankful to our faculty members and non-teaching staff also, who always stand by us and motivating us for the successful of this event. At the end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, my nuclear counterpart, Dr. Time is money than today. You have spent million for us. Thank you to all of you for making this event successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reena. Now I invite Ms. Nisha, dear Mantri.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं निशा भगत फूल सिंह शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान की छात्रा आज आप सभी के सामने कल्याण मंत्र का गायन करना चाहती हूँ। ओम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ओम शांति 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 अर्थात सभी सुखी हों, सभी रोग मुक्त रहें, सभी का दुख का भागी न बने। हे भगवान हमें ऐसा वरदान दीजिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nisha. Now I'd like to request all our dignitaries from India and abroad, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and all our participants to please stand for the national anthem. Now we all disperse for the lunch break and we all meet at 2 p.m.
दोनों करांगे अरे फिटिंग के सामान में बड़ा बटन दे ये देखना रुक यार का मांग ला रुक जा 2 मिनट हेलो नया ले लिया फोटो उठा लो सर उसमें एक कंट्रोल आई कर दिया भाई। फाइल को ना फोटो भेज रखे इतने। हाँ है। मैं भी फोटो खोलू था, क्लियर भी ना आता है। तेरा चाचा कौन है? यार चाबी चुपियाड़ो। करीब के रहो चाचा के डगे आया तेरा। करूँ तो पूछ ले 2 मिनट से दे दे। वो पूछ ले, मैं 1 मिनट में कॉपी पेस्ट करके यार छुट्टी बस इतना है काम, और के काम है यार, काम बढ़ जाएगा रोवन आगे। तो
लंच टाइम
Good afternoon, all. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to a very warm welcome on behalf of BPS. I welcome all distinguished personalities who are meticulous in their field. It's a matter of honor to welcome Professor Nagendra Singh, Dean of Education, Faculty and Convener Board of Study, Maharishi Dayanand Saraswati University, Ajmer, Professor Sharad Sinha, Head Teacher Education Department, NCRT, Delhi, and Professor Subhash Chandra Roy, former Dean of Instruction, Northeast Regional Institute of Education, NERI, Meghalaya. I also Education and Chairperson ITTR in this plenary session. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Subhash to brief introduction of our distinguished personality or our plenary plenarist.
Respected Professor Nagendra Singh ji, Professor Sharad Sinha ji, and Professor Subhash Chandra Roy ji, and all other dignitaries and participants. A very warm I welcome you all in this hour after lunch plenary session. I have given the possibility to give a brief introduction of Professor Nagendra. He is Dean Faculty of Education and Dean Academics. Prior to this, he has been Dean Research and Professor and Head Department of Education at Regional Institute of Education. And he has visited different foreign places as Institute of Education, University of London, Cambridge Education Institute, Cambridge University, United Kingdom, Institute of Education, University of Albany, New York, United States, Michigan State University, United States, and University of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, for presenting papers and visits were fully sponsored by Government of India under different schemes. He has been convener of different board of studies, and presently he is Dean Faculty of Education at in Maharshi Dayanand Saraswati University, Ajmer. He has held so many different positions in his academic and administrative tenure. As a member committee of course, population education, MDS University Ajmer, member University Jaipur, head department of extension education Rai Ajmer, member research advisory committee Jaipur National University Jaipur, member program evaluation study of Aadhaar of Himachal Pradesh, then convener committee of courses in education, member quality monitoring cell for B.Ed courses run by affiliated colleges of University, member board of studies School of Education, Jaipur National University Jaipur, member national resource group SSA, Chairperson Program Advisory Committee HBU Mahila Mahavidyalaya Shiksha Sansthan, member program evaluation of midday meal, member committee of common curriculum for B.Ed and M.Ed in Rajasthan, member VMC, then member American Evaluation Association. His academic and administrative experience is more than 35 years, including his leadership and membership in different, you may say, high-level bodies as National Resource Group, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, convener and member board of studies of various universities, member research advisory committee, member selection committees of assistant professors and PhD, etc. Chairperson National Talent Search Selection Board, inspection team in charge of various B.Ed colleges, nodal officer for Northern region of India in Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan. He has developed and designed B.Ed 2-year for MDS University, M.Ed 2-year for RI Ajmer, B.Ed 4-year integrated, BSc B.Ed 4-year integrated for RI Ajmer, BA B.Ed and BSc B.Ed, BA B.Ed for both MDS University Ajmer and RI Ajmer, MA Education 2-year for Kurukshetra University, Haryana, and Bardhaman Mahavir Open University, Kota, BA Special MDS University Ajmer, BA 2-year for RI Ajmer, BA 2-year for MDS University, and Pedagogy of Biological Sciences for MDS University Ajmer. He has developed and designed curriculum for not only these two universities, rather Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan University Jaipur, Mohanlal Sukhadiya University Udaipur, MDS University Ajmer, Rajasthan Vidyapith Udaipur, ISC Sardar Shah, and Govind Guru Tribal University, Banswara. He has guided 20 PhD students to submitted and it are pursuing till date. He has carried out 18 research projects of national and international level. He has evaluated more than 10 PhD theses of other universities, and he is involved as coordinator and resource person in more than 200 in-service teacher training programs, involvement as chairperson and participant in more than 80 international, national, and regional seminars, conferences, workshops, and symposia, more than 30 national books, research papers, publications, published in national, international, and the level. And he has experience more than 35 years and PG more than 32 years and research guidance 32 years. This is a brief introduction of Professor Nagendra Singh. Now I invite Professor Nagendra Singh to express his views on teacher education Vedic era to NEP 2020.
Sure.
Sir, please, mic is over to you.
Thank you, Professor Sumandal. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good noon to all dignitaries on dais, resource persons, participants, and organizers of two-day multidisciplinary international conference on journey of teacher education from Vedic era to NEP. I am thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Subhash Chandra, Dr. Neelam Malik, Registrar, Dr. Suman Dalal, Chairperson and Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor S.P. Malhotra, sir, President Gera, who has been my mentor too when I was there in Kurukshetra University, way back in 87, 88. And Mr. Jitendra Bharadwaj, President Bharatiya Shiksha Mandal, Haryana Pathan, for giving me this opportunity to be with all of you this afternoon. Well, friends, the theme as such, you might be having your own perceptions about to analyze and interpret and give your concerns, and the kind of issues can be also raised. Why this theme has been taken right from the Vedic era to. For me, the focus is very clear, as it has been reflected in NEP 2020. Also, India is a treasure trove of culture developed over thousands of years and manifested in the form of arts, work of literature, customs, traditions, linguistic experiences, artifacts, and heritage sites. A lot of heritage sites right from central India to north or south or east or west, any direction you travel around, the kind of art and while the temples were developed, they were the different school of thoughts. In fact, I do not know in what way I should try to present you, but the things which have been focused in the NEP 2020, this clearly envisages preservation and promotion of Indian cultural wealth. I am repeating it again. This NEP 2020 is envisaged preservation. It is really a good wealth, must be considered on high priority for the country, as it is truly important for the nation's identity. Any nation, if you try to build upon right from the tribes to community, then society, then nation, the nation's identity as well as for the economy of the nation. You all know nothing more. I'm trying to simply draw your attention that Indian education system is invigorated through effective regulations and accreditations mechanisms that ensures integrity and transparency and foster quality, continually improving educational outcomes, continuously improving educational outcomes. Now, this NEP 2020 has recommended for revival of our ancient education culture through multidisciplinary education. Let us invest on education and research, revive our legacy, live and develop together with continuously contact with the nature. Let us learn to coexist harmoniously. Let us revive time, space, and mind. And for all this, I think you will all agree that we'll have to concentrate on few questions which have really probed my mind also to think about. Like, say, for example, let us introspect ourselves from Vedic era because of many reasons which are all known to all of you, in which direction the education system has gone, what we want to be. The second question is, आखिरकार हम क्या बनना चाहते हैं, क्या बनाना चाहते हैं, क्या करना चाहते हैं, what we want to be. And third is, what we are becoming, हम क्या बन रहे हैं. And next is, what our being is. Is it really our being, or it has been questioned by the other beings on this earth? And the last is, what ultimately our de-becoming is. What, I repeat it, what ultimately our de-becoming is. These questions I'm raising, I'm trying to put in front of you because of the reason, the statistics which is forcing me to share these issues with you so that you can deliberate on these things. Because out of 189 countries, India has ranked 131 on Human Development Index. यूनाइटेड नेशंस डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम UNDP का 2020 का जो रिपोर्ट है वो मैं रेफर कर रहा हूँ. उसमें आउट ऑफ 189 131 रैंक इज देयर. कहाँ हम कहते हैं कि अब भारत जो है वो 5000 साल पुरानी सभ्यता को आज की तारीख में देखा जाए तो ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स में आउट ऑफ 189 our ranking position is 131. Why it is so? What has happened or what has gone wrong with us? We have to really introspect ourselves. That's what I feel, because all the biota and abiota have the right to exist. At the same time, we know that mass can neither be created nor destroyed, though the form changes. Now, keeping all these background, so far as the Vedic era is concerned, mind you, again, I'll focus upon, I'm not going into the details, the cultural wealth are coming from the different parts. I think you are knowing much better about the cultural wealth in different areas from where you are coming from, is existing. Now, coming down to the teacher education as such, I think this NEP 2020 is very clear in focusing on that we have to give opportunity to the students through multidisciplinary education approach. Multidisciplinary, when we say, it means we have to remove the rigid boundaries and facilitate new possibilities for learners, as it has been, and we said in the school education, 5+3+3+4, and there will be no compartmentalization, no boundaries between the science, humanities, and arts. This education also, there should be multidisciplinary approach, and I think the teacher education for the first time in this NEP 2020 has given a position in the higher education system from the school education. It has been brought to the higher education. So we all have to work hard to prove our will by removing rigid boundaries and facilitating new possibilities for the learners. Number two, we have to curtail the dropout rate and improve gross enrollment ratio. And we have to offer combinations of disciplines of study. Hello. We have to offer creative combinations of disciplines of study that will enable multiple entry and exit points also for the student. We have to offer flexibility in curriculum and renew courses options to students in addition to discipline specific specializations. We have to offer different designs of master's program, and we have to enable these learners for credit accumulation and transfer, along with provision of evaluation and validation of non-formal and informal learning for the award of degree, and encourage lifelong learning. We have to concentrate on facilitating, enhancing credits earned when the learner resumes his or her program of study. Along with this, I think many other points have been raised by this document, the guidelines which have been already brought out in the public domain by the UGC, how this multidisciplinary approach is to be followed, in what way to implement all these things. The situation, in fact, has arisen because you all know in present position of the school education as such, where you'll find we are in search of quality teachers. Now, from where these quality teachers are going to come from? It is only the teacher education institutions which had to look into the need of the nation. Already the teacher education is undergoing the crisis. Crisis, I mean, it has got its weak and meek philosophical and historical foundation. Number two, institutional inertia. This institutional inertia, when I say, I mean the state, society, judiciary, and education. Earlier times, the education was really appreciated, and people have been, those who were really talking about कि क्या शिक्षा व्यवस्था थी साहब, कि मैट्रिक फेल या मैट्रिक पास भी जो है उसकी समाज में एक बहुत इज्जत थी, लेकिन आज के लोग जो हैं वो पीजी कर लेते हैं, पीएचडी कर लेते हैं, लेकिन शिक्षा की अगर हम बात करें तो उनके क्वालिटी को देख करके anybody would like to comment upon. I think if you look upon, there was a time when society was governed by the society in the Vedic era. Then second phase came where the state started governing the society. And the third era which we are running right now, economy has overpaced both the state and society. After all, I question myself, who is the responsible, who is accountable for the present position or situation? The state, the society, the judiciary, or education system? Now, you had to find out the answer for these queries too. The next is brand inequality, the public and private dichotomy between the teacher education institutions के ये फलानी यूनिवर्सिटी या फलाने इंस्टीट्यूशन का प्रोडक्ट है, तो ये बहुत अच्छा है और प्राइवेट वालों को नहीं है. Why this kind of dichotomy is there between private and public? This brand inequality we have to really address if we are interested in catering to the needs of the implementation part of policy 2020. Then quality crisis, of course, it is there, which is between the expected and actual quality. Then overgrowing establishment. This is another problem which, friends, I think you will agree we had to think about it. Of course, NCT is working hard on these issues. Overgrowing establishments, demand and supply estimates, rare human and professional teachers, poor integration of skills, alienated and incompatible media. We all know there are three modes: distance mode, face-to-face mode, and in e-learning mode. Face-to-face mode is being stagnated. Reasons or factors are well known to us why this face-to-face mode is stagnating. The second one, the distance mode, the open learning, and the e-learning is in infancy stage. Ideally speaking, all the three modes of teacher education should be hand in gloves together, well knitted, to really have focus on the inclusion and infusion, which is required for multidisciplinary education system. That domain pedagogy mismatch is also there. The domain pedagogy mismatch has to be addressed. Then rare innovations you will find in the field of teacher education. We all talk about at length on the researches, what kind of researches are going on. You know better than me, I believe. Then stakeholders, non-alignments, and inadequate technology infusions. These are some issues related to teacher which can be talked about, but I'll wind up by saying this. There are other speakers also, those who like to give their views. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to being with you all. Thank you very much, Dr. Sumandalala. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable thoughts on NEP and from Vedic era, how was our teacher education? Next, I would
Good afternoon to everyone. Before Professor Sharad Sinha has started, I just want to introduce give a brief introduction of her. She has started her career before 27 years, and she has, in these 27 years, she has served in various institutions of repute, and she has teaching students from diverse backgrounds. She has a 4-year BEd in She is able to work as a leader as well as part of collaborative team with ability to work and meet deadlines. Her area of specialization and interests are teacher education, science education, teacher leadership and innovation, e-learning, science communication and popularization. She served as a lecturer and senior lecturer at RBS College of Education, Rewari,
faculty from October 1994 to September 2006, and where she was responsible for teaching and research activities at B.Ed and M.Ed level. She was actively involved in providing mentoring and support students at personal level responsible for departmental tasks. She also served as a Deputy Secretary Academic in NCTE New Delhi from September 2006 to August 2007, where she was involved in diverse academic and administrative functions, including coordinating the General Anveshika regulatory functions as Regional Director, Western Region Council Bhopal, and Regional Director. Later on, she served as Leader in Education at Regional Institute of Education, RIE Ajmer, from August 2007 to March 2010, where she was responsible for teaching and research for 2-year B.Ed and 4-year integrated B.Ed course, BSc, BSc Ed and M.Ed, providing multiple perspectives of education to students, teachers, involving students in working with community and helping them grow as dedicated professionals. As a research guide, she has supervised various PhD scholars and MA dissertations, carrying various capacity building programs for in-service teachers. Of educational research and policy perspectives at NIE NCRT from March 10 to October 12, where she has the responsibilities involved various departmental tasks like conducting ERIC meetings, coordinating NCRT doctoral fellowship and research project on Pal Bhavan. After promoting as professor in Department of Teacher Education NIE NCRT from she did her duties very sincerely, regularly from May 2019 to December 2021, and she was involved in programs and activities of learning outcomes document for secondary stage, disseminating the document, conducting research, development of material, capacity building of teachers and teacher educators, academic support to the central sponsored institutes of teacher education like DIETS, SCRTs, CTEs, IASEs. Team member, she is also a team member in developing modules for Nishtha program, face-to-face program, as well as video programs. She has been the member of various committees on teacher education, on standing setting of schools. Apart from this, she has actively presented, associated or 34 training programs, 28 research papers, 10 research projects, and more than 80 training courses, conferences, workshop papers, resource persons, keynote speakers. She has gave live programs on Swam Prabha channel, also served as paper setter, examiner of thesis from various universities as editor, member of editorial committees related to teacher education. Presently, she is head Department of Teacher Education NIE NCRT from 13th December 2021. Now, mic is over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar and a very good afternoon to all. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Sudesh Chikara, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. Neelam Malik, the Registrar, Dr. Suman Dalal, with whom I had a word with, and I was invited for this international conference, who is the Chairperson of the Department of Teacher Education, respected Professor SP Malhotra, President Gera, and Mr. Jitendra Bhardwaj, Haryana Prant, and all the 100, my fellow panelists, fellow speakers, Professor Nagendra Singh of RI Ajmer and Professor Subhash Chandra from NERI, Niri Shillong, and all the 161 participants who have joined in this Sunday afternoon in this international conference. It was a bolt from blue yesterday when I received a call saying that I have to be a speaker in an international conference. It requires a lot of preparation to stand before or sit before the computer and speak to an international audience. Thank you, Professor Dalal, for giving a such a uh, generous introduction of mine. Uh, Last 3 decades. So my experience as teacher educator runs less than 1 year, less than 3 decades. I have been asked to speak on continuous professional development of teacher, a topic which is very clear, very close to my heart, and it is the concern of today also, the concern of the day also. And all of us are the proud nationals of the country where which to us to be proud of. The richness of its country live in has given many reasons culture, its heritage, its deep-rooted customs and traditions, and of course, these traditions and customs which have stood the test of time very strongly. And yes, even the challenges of science and technology. So, having grown up and having spent my career between the two dilemmas, that is the that no nation can rise above the level of its teachers, and the second one saying those who can do, those who cannot teach. So that makes me always think that why is that? Which one is correct? Or which one should I vouch? Sometimes, as a teacher, one feels extremely disillusioned. But yes, the last, I even I feel disillusioned. Whatever we are doing in the field of teacher education, how whatever we are contributing to the nation teachers, is it really worth or it is showing some effect? So really we need such type of conferences and discussions, that what we are doing, what should be done, and how should it be done, should be some major takeaways of the conferences like this. And I see many of you have introduced yourself as research scholars. So young research scholars, I think that they must take away to their research areas also. We need to look for this. What is happening in the field of teacher education now? We need to have a look, as the previous speaker, Professor Nagendra Singh, also pointed out, that how the teacher preparation and the teacher development programs are being carried out in our country. That has to be seen. Is in a country, I was just looking at the data, that the total number of schools which are government aided and private, India has 11 lakh schools. Some are primary, some are up to upper primary level, some have upper primary level, and higher secondary level we have a different number. If I would like, I think numbers are not very important. In Haryana, more than 13,000 schools, 13,000 plus schools which are private government are there. So running the schools, whenever anything is talked about, it is talked that it is the teacher, any program, which any transformation, any shift in education, it is the teacher who is talked about to implement this change. The NEP 2020, which was launched in 29, it was launched in the month of July, year back, in the field of education. And when the transformation in the field of education is talked about, it is one looks up to the teacher. So it not only talks about the transformation of in the whole education scenario, it means transforming the teacher also, transforming the teacher education system per se also. How this can be done and what should be done, right? When we talk of teacher education programs, we are having the policy says that a teacher education programs will now be from 2030 onwards would be programs named under ITEP, and the work has started for that. A same syllabus for integrated teacher education program for all over the country. But what has to be done for the teachers who are already in the system? A look has to be taken into what the teachers need, how their knowledge has to be updated to withstand the pressures and the challenges of time that needs to be seen. For this, education policy also has a vision to transform the entire education system, to improve its quality, and it points towards every time. If you just happen to look at the chapter which is given for teacher and teacher educators and read it thoroughly, you will understand between the hidden lines that it is the teacher who is already present in the system has to transform himself or herself in order to gear up for this transformation. For changes to happen, it is the teacher to change. While the new entrants in the system will definitely have a chance to read up, to know about all the latest information as per the syllabi of the which would be carried out in various institutions, all the teacher education institutions all over the country. But what about those teachers who are already in place, who have to work doubly hard to understand this change, understand these transformative measures, and understand what is to be done by them, to what extent it is to be done by them. For this, a continuous professional development program comes into the picture. So, continuous professional development program, if we just look into the history, we would just of teachers has been a part of the Secondary Education Commission has also talked about it. There at that time in the 1952, there were 100 teacher training colleges post independence. The Education Commission has also talked about 1964, 1966 about the school complexes, and it has also talked about the nodal schools giving the responsibility of continuous professional development of teachers. And National Policy of Education has also talked about 50 about the centrally sponsored scheme for restructuring and reorganization of teacher education, which was initiated in 1987. It has also talked about the strengthening of colleges of teacher education, CTEs, IASCs, and diets for continuous professional development of teachers. And diets were supposed to provide 2-week duration teacher education program on for their continuous professional development to about 600 teachers in a year. Then you must have also heard, if those who have read the history of teacher education in India, that there were PMOS programs which were school teachers. They were launched in 1987. Later on, the district primary education program was also launched, which you are very well aware of, DPEP, and the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, the flagship scheme of Government of India for universalization of education, elementary education. And in this also, under the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, there was a provision of 20-day continuous professional. Is there any problem?
No, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So, under the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan also, there was a provision. Then came the Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan in 2009. It concentrated on 5-day program on continuous professional development, and this scheme was initiated in 2009. Then, followed by this in 2018 and 19 came as another centrally sponsored scheme, that is Samagra Shiksha, which was an umbrella scheme in this we had SSA, RMSA, and teacher education combined. Then these were all have talked of continuous professional development of teachers. And when we talk about continuous professional development program, the concept happens to be that all the teachers are lifelong learners. We say that professional development of teacher is a lifelong process, and it starts from initial teacher preparation program phase and continues till his or her retirement. Now teachers are active even after their retirement, contributing, giving consultancy, helping others with their tacit knowledge acquired throughout their career. And this process is in a continuum. There may be very many stage. Now we have the professional standards in education where we talk of various stages of professional level. If you happen to have that, you must definitely look into it and comment into that document which has been hosted on the NCTE website. And then there are various phases, we may call them pre-service. Then after when we go into a teacher as a teacher educator, there are phases of induction, that is the beginning of in-service teacher programs, and in between the continuous professional development programs according to need of whatever the needs arise at various time various intervals in the profession of the teacher. Various countries are also having different models of continuous professional development. Like Japan has approximately lesson study approach, and it is a job embedded professional learning program. Herein the teacher put in their efforts for 35% of the teaching, and remaining time in other activities, they are engaged in other activities. So it is not a compulsory thing, it is a voluntary thing. Sweden again has a continuous professional development program, and it gives 104 hours or 15 days per year, and expects the teachers to invest approximately 15 days per year in their professional development. And for this, it provides all the facilities to the in-service teachers. Singapore, which also boasts of a robust teacher educational system, has 100 hours of professional development, and teachers are being trained upon problems, particularly action research projects in the classroom. Finland, Professor Nagendra Singh mentioned of Human Development Index. I would say today I have not seen the report. But in 2022, there was a report about the happiness and India's ranking in happiness index of the world. 146 countries it was taken. India is 136, very low, and the other 10 countries are like Afghanistan, Sierra Leone, Botswana, Zambia. All the terror-stricken, war-stricken countries are lying below, Afghanistan at the lowest. And the highest one in the happiness index is Finland. And Finland is also ranks high in educational rankings. So this in Finland, I was trying to decipher or find out. I think this can be a very interesting topic for researchers. Research scholars may please note that all those countries who are high on happiness index are also high in the field of teacher education, and all the educational statistics and indexes, they top in that. So Finland follows a decentralized model of professional development of teachers, and it has a place for the in-service teacher training. This is based on the school. It could be municipality based program run under which teacher is trained to create school plans and relation to their national curriculum and solve the problems which are existing within the school context then and there itself, using action research and problem solving capabilities. Indonesia also has professional development teachers mainly based on uh, ESD goals. Then New Zealand, another country, has mandatory 20% time should be given to the entrant teachers and 10% time for those teachers who are in the second year. Switzerland, another nation which is high on happiness index, has an induction program mandatory, and it focuses on preparing the teachers as a reflective practitioner. So these are various countries which have been talking, which we are talking about, and they are high on all the educational indicators, parameters. They are high on happiness index, and they also have a continuous professional development. Their teachers are happy. Their teachers are in the continuous professional development. I won't say that it is the continuous professional development of teachers which is making them happy, but that is something that needs to be explored. We need to find empirical evidences for that. So how are the continuous professional development programs happening in our country right now? I would like to I would proudly say that NCT has launched the Nishta program. Nishta 1, Nishta 2, and Nishta 3.0. This is for elementary teacher, secondary teachers, and it's for foundation level teachers. So this is the biggest, highest, I would say the program which is having highest number of takers. It is available on Diksha portal. Everybody can register, any teacher can register. After the completion of each module, there is a test. Once you complete the test and you score more than 70% mark, a certificate is generated then and there itself. And what the continuous professional programs, as I mentioned, uh, I won't go much back, but I would say under RMSA we had continuous professional development programs for all teachers. The funding was from the Ministry of Education, and these were 5-day programs including content, pedagogy, and various generic concerns. So Nishta also has a different number of modules in different number of programs, and it is both available. We were carrying this program online, offline first. Due to pandemic, this program is now completely shifted to online mode. We may be having it in offline. Recently, we launched Nishta 3 at Tripura in offline mode. So these are various continuous professional development programs. Technology has made available many continuous professional development programs across the world to the teachers of India in the premises of our own drawing room. We only need a device with internet connection and the time and the will to undergo a program. So one thing which I would like to point out, in 2013 I carried out a study in the department, that the type of teacher development programs in the country, particularly with special reference to the state of Haryana, and the it included both pre-service as well as in-service teachers. The sample included both pre-service and in-service teachers of all, most of the schools, selected schools from all the districts of Haryana. And the continuous professional development programs which were being carried out then in 2013, opinion of all the teachers was taken that as what should the continuous professional development programs comprise of, what should be taught to them, what should be told to them. So there were varying opinions. And from, I'm quoting this study, that there are many recommendations of that study which are still relevant today also, because all the continuous professional development programs which are available, most of the programs are one size fit all programs. Something which is required, that what is the need of the hour, what is to be given in the program. The components have to be very flexibly designed at the end where the programs are being designed. The resource person have to be very meticulously carefully chosen, not like me, that at the 11th hour when there was, I just felt yesterday that when there was no one available, I was asked to speak, because a conference like this with the viewership of almost 186 participants joining, and I'm sure many participants must have joined together also from one forum. So in that case, a preparation, suppose a person is not available, a resource person in a continuous professional development program is not available, then you pitch in another person with the same presentation. That person will not be able to do justice, because it is, on one hand we are having teachers, we want to transform them, we want to give a concept to them, or we want to change their opinion, or we want to update what they know. How do we know that what we are going to tell them they do not know that? They might be, they are people who are practitioners in the field, they might be knowing much better than us practically. They might have many local solutions to the problem which we are just thinking cannot be solved. They might have their own local jugaad to fall to find out solutions to the various problem existing in the classroom. We never have a repository of action resources which are being done in various schools in the country. We don't have a repository of action researches which are being done in various situations. I don't know if in Haryana the teacher education institutes have it or not. So these are certain issues which I think must be taken care of before organizing continuous professional development programs. I happen to take in various programs on my own, not take, attend programs for my own development and on professional development. And I found that these programs, which are run by many of the agencies, they give full time for you to relax, to get ready to understand something, not like the programs which are conducted in the field of teacher education. Come first day, register yourself, introduce, and start injecting ampules again and again. For what I know, I'll try to just transmission model is again based on the transmission model. It's not making them at ease, making them prepared to understand that what is the need of what we are going to tell them is that they don't understand the need and they come very reluctantly. One more finding of my study was that for all the continuous professional development programs, I was trying to look at the statistics from UDICE that how many lady teachers are there in the field in school education in Haryana and how many male teachers are there in Haryana. But I could not find the exact figure, but I'm sure that the number of females in the field of teaching profession are more. But in all the programs which we have carried out in RMSA, and I am a part of any program of continuous professional development, I always try to look in and see that how many female participants are there in these programs and how many male participants. Let me share that in all the face-to-face programs, the ratio of male to female participants was always skewed negatively towards the female. There were very few female participants in the continuous professional development programs. And this happens today also. Thanks to technology, the number of female participants here I see is more than the male participants. I happen to scroll to the participants bar. So there are many issues which needs to be taken. Who will fund the continuous professional development program? What will be the activities that have to be planned beforehand? What is the need? And now technology has made it possible that if I need a program in integration of certain device, certain materials, certain software in my teaching, I have those programs available. So need analysis is also necessary. By for en mass for all the teachers, we need to have a thorough training need analysis, go through that, prepare resource person for that, develop their own capacity, and then come into the field. And then not only giving these programs, earlier teacher education programs, there's so much of capacity building development programs done, and still we are pouring the programs, but the impact is still to be seen. When we talk in terms of quality, again, there's a big question mark. So this effect goes. So continuous hand holding after the program is also necessary. The systemic structure also has to adapt to all these development programs. So in NISHA program, we have also a teacher goes in the field and tries to implement the new things which he or she has learned in a capacity development program. Then it so happens that the principals or head teachers do not understand, do not support, the system does not support. So in that case, Nishta has also envisaged in Nishta, we have a separate module for leadership also, for school leaders, school teachers, head teachers also, so that they are also sensitized towards these change and these transformations. So I would say what in the programs we need to update. There could be content updation program, there could be integration of technology program, there could be program on various issues, generic issues like gender, inclusion, so on and so forth. But apart from that, I think in continuous development program, nobody has thought about the pressures which all the teachers are facing. Teacher has to be at the brunt of everything. Teacher has to transform, teacher has to do everything. So the mental health of teacher is also to be taken care of in this continuous professional development program. Apart from that, resilience is something that needs to be really cultivated amongst the teachers. How it can be done amongst the students also, how the teacher should take care, how the teacher should understand new every time, with the adding of information, with the passing of time, it's always going to be something it's constant. Is you just cannot pile up content into the mind of the teachers and teach them how to pile up that content in the minds of students. You have to think in terms of competencies which would be useful in further, which are futuristic, in line with all the national documents, in line with what the nation expects from that, in line with all the duties, and handling various disruption. This was a COVID once. There could be many more variants, there could be many more disruptions in the classroom, which the teacher need to learn to stand up against. And sensitizing on very many upcoming issues, adapting to various new situations are a few of them which come to my mind just now. And with that, my alarm has rung. I was given 20 minutes by Madam Suman Dalal. So I think I have been able to speak something, speak my mind, what continuous professional development should be like, how it has been, what the policy speaks. The policy talks about 50 hours of continuous professional development every year. We at NCRT from Department of Teacher Education have come out with the guidelines for carrying out these programs. What should be the content of this program? How these programs should be carried out? What should be counted? Suppose I am doing a private program or program from any other body or any online program, getting registered, giving my own money. Will that program will be counted in my career advancement? Or suppose I am trying to learn about a software and it is a 5-hour program, how many credits would be given? All those issues are given, are done, dealt with in this guidelines. And these guidelines we have circulated with all the universities of India some 20 days back. But people are so busy, the teachers are so overloaded that we have got responses only from 4 universities despite of 2 reminders. So it is, we understand that teachers are extremely loaded. How to manage this stress, and how to ensure that whenever a national document comes out, we need to respond to it. But because I see so many teachers in continuous professional development programs which we carry out in NCRT saying that we are not a part of decision making process. We are never asked what do we want. But when these national documents are put online and circulated, why is that you people do not see and respond to it? Why is that we teachers, why we don't see it, read it, and give our responses? You do not need to take any permission from any authority to respond to it. So I think that for continuous professional development and our issues related to continuous professional developments are very relevant. This is something that I would think that it requires a complete conference on that. It's a topic which is something we need to discuss, we need to talk about, because up continuous development 50 hours, how, whether an academic paper will also be counted, because when you are writing an academic paper, it takes hours and hours. Do you think that is the only activity which you will do after writing an academic paper? Or this is an activity which you will do after the school, after the college, burn your midnight oil? You have only 24 hours. But if you do not have this management and this clarity, it is continuous professional development in the true sense is just going to remain a dream. It won't happen the way we should do it. Thank you and Jai Hind. If there are any questions, if there are any questions, you may put up in the chat box. And I also take the opportunity to thank one of my student. Life comes a full circle when you come to know that some of your student have recommended you. So I thank my student Goldie. uh, Long back, it was some 20 years back that Goldie was my student. Some 25 years back, Goldie was my student. and she recommended me. So that gives me immense pride that a teacher is known by his or her students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your insight thoughts on continuous professional development of teacher, and you also shared with us about new innovation in professional development of teacher by NCRT. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Suman Dalal to present a brief bio sketch of our next speaker, Professor Subhash Chandra Roy ji.
Good evening to all. Our next speaker of this plenary session is Sir Subhash Chandra Roy ji. He is former Dean of Instructions, Northeastern Regional Institute of Education, Meghalaya, a constituent unit of National Council of Education Research and Training. He has more than 33 years of teaching experience spanning school education to higher education. He has contributed immensely to the state of Bihar, Jharkhand, and northeastern states during universalization of primary and elementary education, DPEP, SSA, and implementation of RTA 2009 and NEP 2020. He has masters in education and life sciences and has completed his doctorate degree in education. A gold medalist at master's level, he is the recipient of Bihar Teacher Educators Association Educational Award for the development of sections of the society. He has guided many researchers at master and doctoral level in addition to the evaluation of PhD theses of various Indian universities. He has been a member of different board of studies, selection boards, and various other academic committees in the prolonged career. He has contributed to and also led various training programs and workshops as a resource person and expert. There are many research papers, articles, books, and materials, training modules developed in workshop mode. To his credit, he is on the editorial board of couple of ISS and coded educational journals and a peer reviewer of educational journals published by CIET and NCRT. He has attended many regional, national, and international level seminars, webinars, conferences in the various capacities as keynote speaker, chairperson of technical sessions, etc., including organization of few of them. As a consultant UNICEF, he helped implement the para teacher programs in the state of Bihar. He is specialized in program evaluation from Institute of Education, University of Federation of Education Research, UK, University of California, Los Angeles, Western Michigan University, Kalamazoo, University of Ottawa, Canada. He has been an active member of many state, regional, national, and international level mega research projects. He has been a member of High Powered Education Reform Committee, Bihar, and also Project High School Committee, Bihar. He is presently the chairperson of National Mission of Mentoring Committee, constituted by NCTE, a national member of Eastern Regional Committee, NCT member and State Advisory Council for RT Act 2009, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Department of Education, Itanagar. He has been a member of Committee of 1, SHCDM Project, Meghalaya, and Head Department of Education, Regional Center of Education, NCRT, Meghalaya. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Now, mic is over to you, Professor Subhash Chandra Roy ji.
Professor I previous speakers, again, Professor Chandra, full to national seminar conference. And have most of uh, uh, of professional development, but in service training program. Now, I would like to touch up the curriculum aspect of the education. What I believe is that when we talk of the curriculum aspect of teacher education and the pedagogy also, we have to understand the philosophy of education, the philosophy of knowledge, the epistemology, the knowledge creation process, how knowledge is created and how knowledge is transmitted, or how knowledge moves from one place to another. The curriculum thrives on this. Pedagogy thrives on this. The direction emerges from there. So that we have to understand first. When we look at the National Education Policy 2020, I see that there are some building blocks. There are some buzzwords like equity, quality, inclusion, and it's all about creating a vibrant knowledge society here, and it's all about creating a global citizen. And above all, I would say, because I have to throw light on the curriculum aspect. So above all, what is my understanding about this national education policy? That it talks about a shift, and that is from the conceptual understanding, the competency development. So this competency development, the conceptual understanding, uh, uh, the understanding development. So this, if this is the target, if this is the desired milestone, and that will move from rote learning to this. This is another kind of journey, and that is a very, very important journey, which is very much clear, loudly spelled out there in the national education policy. The national education policy, if we think of a curriculum, or especially the teacher education curriculum, and when the policy says that teacher is at the heart of all teaching learning process, teacher is at the heart of entire educational endeavor, and the prime importance to the teacher, and that is understood. That is very clear. Now, so if the teacher is so important, then the teacher preparation has to be very, very important. And this teacher preparation includes the development of curriculum, the entire thing, and the associated pedagogy. To my understanding, any teacher education program or any teacher education program, it develops, it goes in two directions. It develops two directions. One is the institutional path, and other is the program pathway. So we have to have a set of infrastructure, institutional setup kind of thing, what we say. If we want to have a desired, a quality teacher education program, and then we have to have a program pathway. And this program includes curriculum. This program includes entire thing related to the curriculum and the pedagogy. So these two understand teacher education program. As per national education policy and the recent shift in teacher education program, as we have understood it, that from rote memorization to the memorization or the understanding portion. I mean, this shift is not a simple shift. This implies the entire exercise of higher order exercise and transformation itself, in the teacher educator itself, and the prospective teachers who are being groomed in the teacher education centers. I mean, and in the entire setup, that essence has to be created so that this journey, this shift from rote learning to the conceptual learning, to the understanding development can take place. And there is a connect. To my understanding, there is a direct connect between classrooms and the school classrooms. So what we do, what a teacher educator does in the classroom, in the teacher training center, it goes directly, it gets translated directly into the school classrooms. So there is a direct connect. So what I mean to say is, so we have to have a curriculum in a different way, and for a revolutionary shift in the teacher education program, in the education program whole, I would say, because in the entire policy, it talks about the pedagogy. It talks about the pedagogy not only at the school stage, it also says that in higher learning also, pedagogy will be a core component, So that we will have to understand how this policy has given importance to pedagogy. And pedagogy is the result of the philosophy we conceive, the philosophy, the epistemic, and how knowledge moves, how knowledge transforms, how knowledge uh, 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 gets transmitted from one place to another place, from one person to another person. So this is the pedagogy. So pedagogy is something which makes the things move in the classroom, and ultimately it brings changes, the desired change, the desired result. And what is that desired result? The previous speakers also here and there, they have touched upon these two words that, oh, today the policy says that we have to have a competency based education system, outcome based education system, right from the early childhood care education to the higher learning. So outcome based education or the competency based, outcome based education itself means that it's a competency based education. So this competency-based education is a kind of holistic word has appeared many times in the national education policy. Now, this holistic education or the kind of product we want to visualize in the coming years as a product of our educational institutions is we visualize that a holistic personality would come up after passing through these educational centers, educational institutions. What is that holistic personality? A holistic personality is one, I think, which has all which has all the competencies and which has all the skills, attitude required, uh, attitude and skills produce something, to create something, to change something, to build something, and to adjust in the environment, the kind of resilience Professor Sarad has mentioned. Yeah, with that resilience and adversity, the person will be with all these qualities, a holistic development, a holistic person will be prepared, will be developed through our schools, colleges, etc., and teacher education institutions, because the teachers will be instrumental teacher education institutions, and they will be there, the maker of such holistic personality. And to create such a holistic personality, the buzzword, the indication, I mean, cross is there are two words repeatedly they have come. One is the integration, and another is the multidisciplinary approach. So this integration and multidisciplinary approach, these two words are really instrumental in all these things. And these two words are not only the words, but they are the game changers. They are the game changers. So we have to understand what is this integration, what is this integrated approach. Integrated approach, we can develop a curriculum which will be integrated in nature. And when we say it is multidisciplinary in nature, again, the curriculum will be multidisciplinary in nature. Now, this multidisciplinary and integrated, these two things, the new curriculum, the aspired curriculum in the coming days for teacher education will be a little of different nature. So that also has mentioned that policy envisages that by 2030 we will have only ITEP program, the 4-year integrated program only of teacher training. But at the same time, it also talks of the 2-year programs and 1-year teacher training programs. But whatever the duration of the teacher program, the approach is integrate and approach multidisciplinary in nature. Multidisciplinary in nature. And if these two things there in the curriculum and pedagogy, then a holistic child is going to be that a holistic personality is going to develop. But the pedagogy has to be again integrated and multidisciplinary. When we say the multidisciplinary nature, it gives the idea that the entire all the disciplines of knowledge, they are at par with, they are essential for, and they are interconnected with, and they are essential for life, and they are essential for the overall development of the personality. They are essential for the existence of the life. And then there is interconnectivity. There is interconnections. If you look at the philosophy of this national education policy, there are some cross-cutting of India, say multilingualism. These cross-cutting issues, the vocational education, these cross-cutting areas, these cross-cutting areas are nothing but to live with. It cannot be a separate subject. It can be lived with, and then the essence can be ingrained, and the personality, it will go into the personality, it will assimilate in the personality. So because life potato in India can be cooked in different ways, number of ways, dozens of ways. Rice can be cooked in India in dozens of ways, but the main element is the rice. main ingredient is potato. Now, so we have to find out, identify the potato. We have to find out in all the diversities. We have to find out and identify rice. So when we are in a position to identify this connecting thread, when we are in a position to identify this common thread, this policy, national education is India. Now you are identifying India in all these diversities. And this is inclusiveness. This is inclusion. This is inclusion. So inclusion is not, but in all these diversities, we have once, if we are as a student and the teachers, uh, if we can make it happen that in all the diversities, if we can make our students understand what is inside the common, that commonness, that common thread, and what makes the belongingness to India, the belongingness of our country. I think it's one cross-cutting theme in the national education policy. Now, all these things have to be incorporated in the curriculum. At the same time, okay, we have to have when we say that it's multidisciplinary, then we have content areas, we have science, we have humanities, we have mathematics, we have years, we see that these days a lot of knowledge explosion is there. So lot of knowledge explosion with all this, and we have to develop a curriculum, and policy says that we have to reduce the curriculum. See the philosophy of the policy. So if a curriculum, say it is 4 kg weight curriculum for teacher education, policy talks about that it should be reduced in nature. So I mean, in my simple understanding, I would say that it is 1.5 kg curriculum content wise, and we are taking content from different content areas, knowledge domain, and all these knowledge areas, vocational, physical, music, art, etc., etc., they are at par with all mainstream subjects like science, humanities, mathematics, social sciences, etc., etc. So all these knowledge domains are at par with, and policy indicates that it should be reduced in nature. So then, what about the other two-third part of the curriculum? Now, this two-third part of the curriculum, whether it is teacher education or a school education or even higher education, this two-third with the pedagogical elements. Pedagogical elements. It is the pedagogy which is going to transform and expand this one-third curriculum. And through this, all the 21st century skills, all the 21st century competencies, all when we say that 4.0 education, now we are looking for 4.0 and 5.0 education. It's no longer 3.0 or 2.0 now. So this 4.0 and 5.0 we can achieve only by bringing two-third of the modern pedagogy, and through that pedagogy all these 21st century skills, what the policy also talks about, the higher order thinking skills, the metacognitive skills, the analysis, synthesis, evaluation, creation, all these higher order thinking skills will be used, the critical thinking will be used in teaching learning strategies, entire activities, entire thinking process. And through that, all this, the exercise, whatever exercise we'll be doing, a strategy we'll be adopting in our classrooms, outside the classroom, I think even beyond the school or the institution, that will be based on this critical thinking pedagogy, critical pedagogy. And that is in the experiential learning, the buzz is the first is the involvement, first is the exposure, first is the observation, second is the reflection, second is the reflection, evaluation, and third, evaluation and understanding about the whole thing, looking back, getting feedback, and fourth, redesigning, and again going to the first stage, that is hands-on experience, the cyclic process, experiential learning. And the whole philosophy is that whether the teacher is being prepared for early childhood care and education, or the teacher is prepared for secondary stage, or the teacher is prepared even for the higher stage, I think this experiential learning cycle will be there in some form or the other. So this experiential learning cycle, and in this experiential learning cycle, first is the involvement, first is the exposure, first is the experience getting, and second is the churning, the higher order thinking process, churning of that entire thing, where the metacognition is implied, where analysis, synthesis, creativity, creation, evaluation, all these processes are
Excuse me,
involved.
sir. Sorry for interruption. Please brief your speech as time is going on for a technical session.
Yeah. So all these processes are involved. So this.
Sir, please brief your speech.
Yes. I am winding up. So this way, the curriculum and pedagogy will go for this teacher education program, which will be education point 4 or education point 5, and all this this pedagogy will be highly technological based, and this experiential learning, and only it will be in reduced form, multidisciplinary, integrated, but with the experiential learning pedagogy. So with these words, I wind up here, and many thanks for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable thoughts on teacher, curriculum, and pedagogy for teacher education. I would like to thank all our plenary speakers on this special session. Ji, who speaks with his insight knowledge on teacher education, Vedic era to NEP 2020. And I also thank to Professor Sarjana, Head Teacher, Education Department, NCRT, Delhi, for your words of full of and priceless knowledge, ma'am. I would also like to thank Professor Subhash Chandra Roy, former Dean, NERI, Meghalaya.
Thank you.
How to prepare teacher curriculum and how to prepare pedagogy for teaching. Thank you all our plenaries. Listen you all your words of wisdom. I also thankful to Dr. Suman Milan ma'am for organizing this plenary session. Next, there is information for our all the participants within. Within 5 minutes, our technical sessions are going to start. Please join with your station, respected station, which are allotted to you by the organizers.
Can we leave? Madam, can we leave?
Sure, ma'am.
हाँ ही बैठ
Sabari. എടാ ലിങ്ക് ഓപ്പൺ ആയിട്ട് പോടാ.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back in first technical session. Now, I would like to introduce the chair of our first technical session on this station number 1, Dr. Ashmi. I think ma'am is not joined yet now. Please wait for a moment. Please join your technical session accordingly. I request you all, please join your station accordingly. We sent you all the schedule of today's technical session. Yes, it is session 1, technical session number 1. Yes, please join your according to your schedule. Ma'am is with us. I again welcome you all in this technical session on journey of teacher education to National Education Policy 2020. The chair of this first technical session is Dr. R. Associate Professor and Head Department, Shri Sharda. I welcome you, ma'am.
Namaskaram, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Ma'am has received many award at national and state level, like the Best Coordinator Award in Consumer Club 2010, Best Paper Award, Kalam Aru Muni Award, Kalam Dharam Star Award, Distinguished Professor Award, Best Outstanding Researcher National Award in 2021, and Honorary Life Fellow in June 29, 2021. Ma'am, her field of interest is our banking management and entrepreneurship development. Ma'am has published 18 research papers in various journals, 25 research papers in international and conferences and workshops with their proceedings, and 11 in national conference, 13 research paper in 13 research paper in UGC care listed journals, and chapter published in 5 books. Ma'am, you you have acted as a convener in national and international conference and workshops. Madam is coordinator of NSS programs, Red Ribbon Club, and coordinator in Consumer Cell. Besides all this, ma'am have ma'am is guiding various PhD research scholars. Now it's time to start the session, ma'am. Maybe ma'am. Dr. Subbalakshmi, ma'am. Muthulakshmi, sorry, ma'am.
Muthulakshmi, ma'am. I'm Muthulakshmi, ma'am.
Sorry. May we start the session, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can start, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on towards our first presentation of this technical session will be given by Ms. Kanchan Katreja, Assistant Professor. She will speak on topic professional ethics. Ms. Kanchan Katreja.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am Kanchan Khatreja, Assistant Professor, K.R. Mangalam University, and I would like. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
There is a small information for every participant. Please take into consideration about the time. Please take it about 8 to 10 minutes only. After your presentation, there will be discussion, and you can get queries from the participant. And after all the presentation, session will be open for queries and questions from the participants and our expert.
Okay, ma'am.
You may start, ma'am, now.
Okay. My topic is professional ethics in teacher education. First of all, we will start with what are ethics. And ethics are moral philosophy. That is a branch of philosophy that involves how to defend, how to recommend, how to systemize the concept which is right or wrong, how to behave right or wrong. So ethics tells us about how we should behave. So if we talk that the term ethics, that comes from Greek word that means ethos, which means character. And the major areas of ethics are meta ethics, normative ethics, applied ethics, and descriptive ethics. If we talk about meta ethics, it is related to the reference of moral proposition and how their truth values may be determined. And if we see the normative ethics, they are about the practical means of determining how moral course of action work. And And applied ethics is related to how moral values outcomes can be achieved in different situations. And whereas descriptive ethics is about the comparative ethics and the study of people's beliefs about maturity. And if we talk about the qualities of a good teacher, the teacher should have a strong knowledge in that subject area, that particular area that the teacher is teaching to their students. She or he must have a good time management skills also, and she must have ability to work in a team. So she must have the team spirit as well, and she know how to cool her temper when she is in pressure. She has a lot of duties in their teaching profession. She must have how to control her anger and how to control the anxiety as well. So she know how to show the sense of humor among the students, and when she teaches to their students, she must have the patience quality also. So she or teacher should be very fair minded when she is going to explain anything to the students. And the teacher must be a good person. He must enjoy their profession while going to the classroom. So these are the qualities of a good teacher. And when we go to the code of professional ethics, it is a framework of principles to guide them in discharging their obligations towards students, parents, colleagues, and community as well. It also clarifies values, rules that strengthen group identity, and it fosters public confidence also. It can be used as a framework for maintaining the discipline in the classroom as well. And the code of ethics can be inspirational, educational. It can act as a tool for decision making also. So if we talk code of professional ethics for school teachers, there is preamble that tells that should recognize the every child in their classroom. That is a fundamental right to education, of good quality education one should provide. um, and there is a lot of disturbance, I think. It recognized that education should be directed to the students for their all-round development and make a good human being. It recognizing the need to promote through education the concept of composite culture of India and a sense of national identity. And it recognized the need to enhance self-esteem of teachers. It recognized the need to organize teaching as a profession for which expert knowledge, specialized skills, and dedication are prerequisites. Our preamble said about the code of professional ethics that it recognizing the community respect and support for the teachers are dependent on the teachers' professionalism. If you go to the principles of the code of professional ethics and ethical conduct towards students, say that they should present facts among the students. And if we go to the second principle, ethical conduct toward practices and performance, the teacher should be responsible. The teacher should commit their duty and perform their duty very well. And if we talk about the principle number 3, that is ethical conduct towards professional colleagues. So the that professional teacher must not take false statement about their colleagues in front of everyone. And the principle 4 said that ethical conduct toward parents and community. The teacher should communicate the information about their students to the parents. They should understand, they should respect the parents and their values and traditional. They should participate active role in the community community relations also. So present code of professional ethics for school teachers has been evolved to provide direction guidance to all the teachers how they can enhance their dignity in their professional work. So here are few obligations toward the students. Teacher must treat all students with love and affection. They should respect every child irrespective of the caste, creed, religion, sex, and their status. Teacher must facilitate students' physical, social, intellectual, we can say the overall development of the students. They must respect the basic human dignity of the child in all aspects of their school life. They must plan how they are facilitating, how they are imparting the knowledge to their students. The teacher transact all the curriculum in conformity with the values that our constitution said: integrity, fraternity, and brotherhood. And the teacher must refrain from subjecting any child to fear, trauma, anxiety in their classroom. They must refrain from the physical or corporal punishment in their profession. So they must refrain from any act involving sexual abuse of the child. Few obligations toward parents and community and society include they must establish establish cordial relationship with the parents. They must strive to develop respect for the culture of India among the students. They must refrain from taking part in that activity that spread hate about any community, any religion, any casteism and all. Obligations toward profession and colleagues involved. They must strive for the continuous professional development, and they must develop a cordial relationship with colleagues. They must strive for their continuous professional development also, and that creates a culture that encourages the collaboration among them, among the colleagues, among the various stakeholders, parents, authority as well. They must treat other members of the profession with respect and dignity. The teacher must refrain from engaging himself in private tuitions and other such kind of activity, and they should not force their students to come their tuition center and all. So teachers refrains from accepting any kind of favor from their students, like in the form of gift, in the form of any reward and all. Refrains from making unestablished allegations against any colleague or their higher authorities. They must respect their colleagues where they are working. They should maintain confidentially or information regarding about their colleagues. They should not reveal any information in front of their students about their colleagues. So in very short manner I have done this thing, and I can conclude that the code of ethics clarify what kind of values and rules should be imparted so that it strengthen the group identity. It also foster public confidence and how we can use in our area. And many times teachers, sometimes we prohibit the students so that they are not able to express their feeling in front of the teachers. So teachers should create a democratic environment in their classroom. And before imposing discipline among the student, it is very important the teacher must show discipline in himself or herself, so that the students follow how their teacher acts and how the teacher behave with them. So it can be a role model for them. Teacher must maintain the dignity, and they should consider the individual differences in the classroom, and they must treat their child with love and affection. So teacher education is only the brain of all the educational discipline, and it can train the prospective teacher in the manner so that the good values can be developed among their students, as it is the mother of all the professions. So we can say that code of ethics does not create ethics, but and it is not possible to completely codify ethics, but we can tell them to maintain such kind of ethics in their classroom. So this was all about my presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Any query?
Thank you, ma'am. If any query from the participant and our expert, you can ask to Kanchan, ma'am.
Kanchana ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Namaskar ma'am. Your
Namaskar, ma'am.
presentation is very well. You
Okay, ma'am.
explained very clearly the types of quality to be possessed by a good teacher. At the same
Yes,
time,
ma'am.
in what way he or she motivates the students for the overall development of students, namely in social background and economic background. And also he explained very nicely the ethics to be followed by the teacher, and also what types of ethics to be put forth by the teacher for the upliftment of students community. Well done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Mr. Subhash Chandra. He will present on topic education as a tool to change employers' perspective on social security benefits for contractual employees is study.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, our speaker and coordinator, ma'am, and all the participants present here. I myself, Subrata Bhomik, as a profession, I'm working as a regional PF commissioner, but I am as a scholar, research scholar, doing PhD from Baba Masnath University, and I have chosen the topic of social security due to my working experience and the related to work. My topic is education is a tool to change the employer perspective in social security benefits for contractual employees. Ma'am, we know that is the era of dynamicity. When the shops, education institution, there is a job crisis, and the social security provided by the government helps the needy section of the society in that dynamic world. The educationists, the scholars have a greater role to play to create awareness among the beneficiaries about their legal rights, and how they can get the benefits already provided, existing benefits, and to be benefited by the government of India. Education is a very much is a tool to create awareness among the employers to provide the more benefits as per the social provisions enacted by the government of India. If employers are not educated, then it is very tough to implement the schemes, because employer will not give the benefit to the employees, and it is very tough to get the benefits and to the employees of the organization. In the studies, I have it is empirical study. I have taken it. I have taken around 50 respondent from in the male, female sections for the just analyze the level of satisfaction, level of implications of education to get the benefits of social security schemes provided by the government. Role of social security increases and enhances in the pandemic era, when there is a COVID era, the whole world is in crisis, where there is a job losses. In that cases, the persons who has a savings in the form of social security, in that cases, it helps a lot to all the that members or employees of the organizations. What type of social security? Why we need the social security? Due to illness, leaves, trauma, in the old age when the person retirement, or in the case of death. In the case of death, the family members of the family members of the employees, really they have a financial crunch. In that cases, the social security provided to them, the employees of that organization, it helps them to survive in that financial crisis. Social security is a concept on itself, is a system also. The fundamental parts of social security is minimum standard of life to be provided to the employees or the survivor of the that employees. Redistribution of income. Redistribution of income is the second one. I have taken different studies, case studies from different authors, like Hutchins has a study and the role of counselor in the early retirement of the employees. How counselor helps the employees of the organization to get the benefit when they have a retirement. He found that there is a positive relationship between the between the education, create awareness, and the benefit employees of the organization. Later on, that I have taken a study of Bandari, where that he clearly concluded that his study was concluded with that educational institutions and educationist has a greater role to play to aim to reduce the that financial crisis among the employees of the organization. I have another study of Thakur in the social security measures. There is a government provides the social security measures to the employees of the organization, but the education, without knowledge, that it is meaningless. It is very tough to implement the social security scheme to the employees of the organization. Different study I have taken which clearly shows, like Pradeep and Kalicharan, and I have taken Asha Bhai Narayana in 2017 study, then Tarabdar and Karmukar and Akhtar study in 2021, and Arch study in 2010. All the studies shows positive relationship between the educationist, and the benefits given to the employees of the organization. There is a positive relationship between the education and the perspective of the employer, why they are providing to the benefits to the social security to the employees of the organization. What type of social security? Like provident fund, like pension, like insurance. There are the three references which considered to be a social security benefit. PF is like a savings. When the PF is a the members while doing the service, 12% of the salary of that basic salary, and this deducted from the salary, and same matching amount was also provided by the employer. That 24% of basic salary is deposited with the government organization. Is a form of three parts like PF, pension, and insurance. While the person needs the money, they can withdraw in different purposes, like marriages purposes. They can withdraw money. They can withdraw money educational purposes. They can withdraw money in illness. Different purposes they can withdraw money. That is the PF portion, and that is insurance. At the time of death, they have an insurance cover. They can get the benefit up to 7 lakh of rupees under Employee Provident Fund Act 1952, which is mandatory for all the employees of the organization in private organization or the government outsourced employees. All the organizations, it is mandatory, whilst that salary is up to 15,000 basic and DA. Another comes is the pension. The person with the age, their earning capacity reduced. In that cases, they need the money, but their that earning capacity means their strength already reduced. In that cases, they have a less strength to do work. In that cases, pension helps a lot. They are the parameters of the social security scheme, but their schemes is already provided by the government without knowing their scheme is existing. The employee cannot get the benefits of their scheme. Many I found during the study, I found a lot of employees that don't have an idea about the social security schemes, social security benefit provided by the organization or by the governments. What is the what is the problem description? I mean the problem description. I found the level of satisfaction. To identify the level of satisfaction is the problem area, and is related to the education or the awareness the employees have. I have found the challenges of awareness among the employees the problem. Implementation of that social security benefits to the employees. What is the objective of the study? Just I put at the three objectives of the study, like role of education in the implementation of the social security benefits to the employees and the satisfaction level with, I've said, provident fund, pension, and gratuity. Second objective is level of satisfaction with the social security benefits to be provided to the employees. Third one is impact of age on the satisfaction, like PF, gratuity, and pension, like pension matters. What's the methodology? The methodology I have chosen here is an empirical study. I have framed structural questionnaire and provided to the respondent to get the response for the satisfaction level. I have chosen female and male ratios and some paper submitted. I have just a different table I have put it here. 52% male respondent I have taken, and female respondent around 47%. I've taken. Even I have categorized in 25 to 40 years of age respondent. I have taken 36%. Even 40 to 45, 55 years of age, 30%, and more than 55 years of respondent I have taken as 32%. I have taken gender-wise respondent. I have taken age-wise respondent. Then I just analyzed the level of satisfaction among the individual male-female categories and the age. I have chosen out of 250. I have chosen male respondent is 131 and female is 131 and 19. Then age-wise also I've already said the percentage of respondent in the different categories of age, like 25, 40, 40 to 40, 55, and above 55 years. Because level of satisfaction also differs as per according to the age. Because at the old age they need the pension. If they get the pension, they're satisfied. In the young age they have a more PF. They can expenditure. They can do the expenditure from that PF. So level of satisfaction differs according to the age, according to the gender also. checking, I have found around 87% of the respondent, like 34.8% are satisfied, 27.6% is neutral, and 37% shown as a dissatisfied.
Sir, please sum up your presentation.
I'm concluding, ma'am, very shortly. Then I prepared a chi-square test also. Is the education, after giving the education, how the satisfaction level increase. It clearly shows there is a significant, the hypothesis, alternative hypothesis clearly shows there is a significant relationship between the satisfaction. And the main issues, discussion point is that employees, if the employees get the education, how they can be satisfied. I clearly stated that when the person get the education, they know the benefit, that the legal rights of the social security scheme, definitely they will get the benefits of the scheme, will be satisfied. So that study clearly shows, I'm concluding here, that study clearly shows there is a positive relationship between the education and the level of satisfaction. And educationists, scholars have a bigger role to play to implement, to create awareness among the employees, to have the benefits of the social security schemes, and definitely will help to the poorer section of the society. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all of the participants for patient sharing. Any questions regarding that, you can ask me, ma'am.
Question from audience?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Sir, your presentation is very nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
You
sir.
explained very well. Social security is essential to survive in this world. You explained number of case studies. From your research paper, one question is from my point. From your research paper, what you are going to tell to the society? I mean, what is your contribution to the society from your research paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, ma'am is asking a question to you.
Yeah, what, ma'am? Sorry, just what is the question? What is this, that, ma'am? Kindly pardon me, ma'am. Kindly repeat, ma'am.
From your research paper, what you are going to tell to the society?
Ma'am, I'm going to tell the society, I especially have a message for the educational institutions and educationists, that to create awareness about the different social security benefits to be existing social security benefits provided by the government of India to the employees of the organization, actual employees or different employees working in different organizations. This may be private organization, this be government. If they know that their rights, legal rights through the educationist, they can demand for get the benefits under social security schemes, and definitely their satisfaction level will be increased, and it will help the society a lot, ma'am.
Okay. Very nice, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Well presented, sir. I would like to continue the session with Ms. Garima. Presentation on role of artificial intelligence, development of innovation. Ms. Garima Jolly, Assistant Professor. Our topic for presentation is role of artificial intelligence, the development of innovation. I think ma'am is not present here.
क्या हो गया?
Our next participant, Ms. Sonal Sekhawat, Assistant Professor, Dr. Harikesh, Assistant Professor. They will present their topic on Work-life balance and job satisfaction among teachers, a correlation study.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Anju, ma'am, just a second. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay,
I have a question. मेरा आज के शेड्यूल में नाम नहीं है, तो
we shared all the information in groups and we are telling again and again it was only the schedule for today.
ओके मैम, तो मीटिंग में मुझे इसी मीटिंग में रहना है या किसी और मीटिंग में जाना है?
You may remain, ma'am, if you want to listen.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Theme of this international conference is related to teacher and teacher education. As we all know, education is the most important part of our life, and in this, teachers play a crucial role in shaping up our future. Teachers are the pillar of society. Not only modern era, but from ancient time in India, teachers or guru was known as the divine leader and was looked upon as a supreme ideal in the society. So we can say society that gives us the right direction and the right path. My topic is work-life balance and job satisfaction among teachers, a correlational study. Work-life balance, basically work-life balance is a degree by which a person is to balance both work and family duties in respect to their emotions and behavior at the same time. It is an adjustment and balance between your official and personal life. The idea of work-life balance.
Madam Lakshmi, your mic is on. Please switch off your mic when it is not in use.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your voice is not audible, and if you want to present your paper, please. Video is on.
Madam Lakshmi, actually, Madam Anju, her voice is not audible because chair mic is on. Kindly request the chair to switch off her mic when it is not in use.
Ma'am, see, already switched the mic. Sir,
thank you.
My mic is on.
Sonal, ma'am, please your video on also with your meeting.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, you are presenting. Okay, ma'am. Please speak loudly, ma'am.
Okay.
We are not able to listen.
There are disturbance. Okay, the idea of work-life balance is made up of three terms: work, life, and balance. It typically entails setting appropriate goals between work, that is related to health, recreation, enjoyment, family, and spiritual growth, while minimizing work tension, which result in happiness and successful functioning at work and at home. Work-life balance refers to an individual's ability to balance the temporal, emotional, and interpersonal demands of work and family responsibilities at the same time. Job satisfaction, ma'am, screen is visible or not?
Your PPT are
Second, job satisfaction. In job satisfaction is an integral component of organizational climate and an important element in management-employee relationships. It is the positive emotional state that occurs when a person's job seems to fulfill important job values, provided these values are compatible with one's needs. Job satisfaction has been defined as the extent to which a staff member situation had changed. Today, along with teaching, the teachers engage in other tasks as well as like administrative work, election duties, census, counseling, etc. I think all these activities affect their job satisfaction. There are some studies related to relationship between work-life balance and job satisfaction. Studies done by Carlson, Katmar, and Williamson shows that work-life balance and job satisfaction, well-being, work-life balance is important for life, family, and job satisfaction. And it also help in reducing absenteeism and employee turnover. Second studies here, Bird and Mumbird, 2005, that shows policies related to work-life balance and well-being. And the next, Kalberg and Appendum, 2003, the nature of job, workplace environment, employee family policies, and organizational culture. These all have a positive impact on work life. Objective of my study to examine to find out the relationship between work-life balance and job satisfaction among teachers. And the null hypothesis, there is no significant relationship. Design correlation was used to achieve the objective of study. Sample 120 school teachers from the Vidhwani district. Basis of convenience sampling we are taking. Tool work-life balance scale by Heyman 2005. In this tool, three subscales work interference with personal life, that is related to personal life interference with work. It is personal life drain me of energy of work. And third, work personal life enhancement. That is the personal life gives me energy for my job. The scale consisted 15 items and it is a 5-point Likert scale ranging from 1 to 5. Job satisfaction scale for teachers given by Dr. S.K. Saxena, also used in this study. The job satisfaction questionnaire is a self-administering questionnaire. There is 29 highly discriminating statements or questions. Response are given in yes or no. 27 items in this scale worded, positively worded, and 2 items negatively worded. Positively worded, we give 1 score for item yes response and no 2 for no. Sorry, 0 for no. And these job satisfaction scale include satisfaction with work, satisfaction with salary, security, and promotion policies, satisfaction with institutional plan and policies, satisfaction with authority, including higher secondary authority, colleges, principal, and the management. These factors include in job satisfaction scale. Procedure, one by one, each test administered on participants. After completion test, it was taken back and scoring was done according to manual. Obtained data were analyzed by using correlation and using SPSS. The data were analyzed by descriptive as well as inferential statistics, and the results are given in table 1 and 2. Table 1 showing mean and SDO feature score on different area of work-life balance, different dimensions. Work-life balance, WIPL, work interference, personal life, PLIW, personal life interference work, WPLE, work personal life enhancement, and overall work-life balance and job satisfaction. In which high score on WIPL and PLIW subscales indicates lower level of work-life balance, and high score on WPLE scale shows higher level of perceived work-life balance. Similarly, high score on job satisfaction revealed high job satisfaction. In table 2, intercorrelation matrix is here. We can see that present study was assessed to examine the relationship between work-life balance and different dimension of work-life balance and job satisfaction. We can see that all correlation values in table 2 indicated a positive relationship with job satisfaction. WIPL, PLIW, and WPLE had a positive relationship with job satisfaction, that is 0.63, 0.68, and 0.44. All values are job satisfaction value is 0.688. Thus, it can be seen that null hypothesis of the study was rejected. Findings of the present study are in tune with the earlier studies related to work-life balance and job satisfaction, etc., conducted by Agha et al., Malik et al., and Arif et al., reporting that all dimensions of work-life balance have positive relationship with job satisfaction. As the observation of present study, these all empirical evidences provide support that work-life balance is directly related to job satisfaction. The observation of the present study also indicates that the work-life balance is strongly correlated with job satisfaction. So, on the basis of result, it can be said that in fixed labor, regular performance outcome of students to exams, job security, increments, अभी पीछे सर ने पीएफ की बात की थी, yearly award ceremony for teachers by management, good salary package, and other activities motivate the teaching facility, which enable them to maintain balance between work and personal life demand and attain job satisfaction. The conclusion of my study is that we can safely conclude that work and personal life need to be integrated in a smooth manner and should not be left impact on each other in a negative way. This balance and imbalance is likely to affect the overall performance of the teacher as well as the performance of the organization. Moreover, the findings of the study need to be generalized cautiously owning the sample size and only a small area specific sample. But the findings clearly indicate that it is a very important area where the teachers, students, parents, and the policy planners share to work together and come out with specific programs and policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonal ma'am.
Any questions?
Hello.
Hanji ma'am.
Sonali ma'am, your presentation
Hanji
is
ma'am.
very nice. You work issues and family issues is both are interrelated, and
Yes,
also
ma'am.
how the women employee manage both family environment and workplace environment. Thank you very
Yes,
much,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Dr. Jaswant Singh, Assistant
Good
Professor.
evening, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
I present my screen. Sure.
The screen is visible to us.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. My topic, respected Muthu Lakshmi madam, Anjubala madam, and other dignitaries. And presentation topic today for me is role of professional ethics in teaching, a legal study. Basically, law and ethics both are interrelated with each other. Law never survives without the ethics, and ethics no any meaning without the application of law. So ethics and law both are complementary and supplementary for each other. So without ethics, there is no role of law, and without law, there is no role of ethics. So object of professional ethics in teaching, what the object they serve, the professional ethics in teaching, very first maintain the dignity of the institution, dignity of the stakeholders, dignity of the deliver who deliver the lecture, and dignity of the students also. And integrity also play very important to maintain any institution as a good institution, or any system as a good system. Honesty also play a very important role, and that's the main object of professional ethics. Without honesty, we not survive even a single second in the society. And what's happened with those who are not loyal or the honest with the institution? And that's also set the example of human behavior. If your professional ethics are standard ethics, it means you set the example for human behavior. and important reasons for professional ethics, what they serve, and what type of serving in the society by these ethics. Very first, these ethics establish the transparency in the society. And transparency, just to imagine what's happened without Right to Information Act 2005 and what's after the Right to Information Act 2005. Transparency play very important role in the functioning of any institution or any system. Accountability. Accountability is the second purpose here, second reason which served by this professional ethics. Accountability, if we establish in our legal system, so there is no any question in the society. Very simple example here of the judges. So everyone becomes simplest in the society. So there is no any problem in the society. In 99% cases, there is no any accountability of any person who are serving in the governments. And third type of reason here for whom we require the professional ethics, objectivity. It is what object they serve. And fourth, their respect. If you follow the ethics, it means your respect in the society is much higher in comparison of other persons. So 5 fundamental questions here related to the professional ethics in teaching. If we find out the answer of these questions, that's complete our entire discussion about the professional ethics. Very first, what is ethics? Second, why we require the ethics in teaching? And third, what are the factors affecting the ethics in teaching? And fourth, who are the responsible for decreasing ethics in teaching? And fifth one, whether lies alone change the teaching society. If we find out the answer of these questions, our discussion become very, very easy. So basic purpose here to discuss these questions, that's the entire topic covering these 5 questions. And teachers skill affected by these factors. These are the factors. Very first, biasness. If teachers show the biasness in classrooms, that's play very, very, very negativity in the among the students. And educational malpractices also affect the entire teaching community. Lack of skill, ignoring students, failure to update the knowledge, and repeating ineffective procedure, learning as a punishment for some teachers, conflict of interest. Basically here, meaning of conflict of interest means your personal interest and institutional interest, sometimes conflicts. How much you satisfy these interests, that's the very important thing, how you maintain the balance between interests. So professional ethics encompass the personal and corporate standards of behavior. Basically, professional bodies regulate their own ethics. And for example, MCI means Medical Council of India established their ethics. Bar Council of India established their own ethics. So there are possibilities for such bodies to become self-serving and fail their own ethical codes. Sometimes these bodies fail to maintain their standards in ethics, and they ignore sometimes the ethics according to the person circumstance. And code of ethics, how important, what's the introduction about this one? Teaching ethics is understood as a branch of professional ethics. Focused on the theoretical reflection of ethical and moral issues of the teaching profession, including defining the moral values, principles, and norms of the teaching profession in the form of a code of ethics. Moreover, it also searches for answers or solutions to practical moral problems within the teaching profession. The base of teaching ethics is an interdisciplinary approach. And in morning session, inaugural session, moreover, all the speakers define the new education policy, and new education policy is interdisciplinary approach where philosophy, ethics, pedagogy, and psychology interacts with each other. So these type of teaching affected by these factors I already discussed here. So showing commitment on the job. Teachers must commit wholly to the teaching profession itself. The classroom should promote safety, security, and acceptance, and should always avoid bullying, hostility, Teachers must accurately describe their qualifications, license, and credentials to education boards or administrative offices that look to hire them. Teachers must also fulfill all contracts, obey institutions' direction, and account for all funds and resources at their disposal. It's up to the teacher to design lesson plans to meet specific state standards and create a well-rounded education plan that appeals to learners of all backgrounds and abilities. So teachers must play the important role in society if they follow the well-established standards. And another task on the part of teacher, never stopping learning. Teachers' code of conduct demands attentiveness to continuing education requirements and career developments. Teachers must spend time researching new teaching methods, attend classes to maintain their certifications, consult colleagues for professional advice, stay informed on technical advancements of the classroom, and participate in curriculum improvements. A teacher must ensure that their teaching methods are relevant and comprehensive for all students. Teacher must engage in education research to continuously improve their strategies in the classroom. So if teacher is not attentive in the class, that's not lead the class. And respect always you gain through your credentials or your teachings. And in conclusion, every teacher should show an equal level of dignity to every person as an individual, starting with their first common lesson. Teacher respect towards the dignity of their students should also be manifested through how they fulfill their professional obligation, one of which is to clarify to the students at the very beginning the details of their study, the criteria of evaluation, the dates of their session, etc. Each lecture or seminar should start on time and provide students with help or advice if necessary. Of education ensure and consecutive intellectual and moral progress of their students and show them appropriate respect and appreciation, keeping the set rules and requirements for fulfilling students' obligation and making sure that they do not change in the course of the term of institution. And some of the suggestions to improve the teaching profession or the teaching in the profession, the professional teachers make serious efforts to communicate to parents all information that should be revealed in the interest of the students. And second, the professional teachers endeavors to understand and respect the values and traditions to diverse culture and entity in the community and in his or her classroom. The professional teachers manifests a positive and active role in institution, community relations. So, any query?
If there is any query from the participant or expert,
Madam Manju, someone named Sunila is presenting her presentation. Please let her know that her screen is visible. We were missing Professor Seni's presentation.
I will ask the organizers to remove so just wait.
And moreover, please, this is my request to chair that your mic is on. I hope you are traveling somewhere and it creates lot of noise when Professor Seni was presenting. This is my request to Professor Mutulakshmi. Please switch off your mic whenever it is not in use.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am, ma'am, may I hello?
Sir, Jaswant, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You explained very well the responsibility of the good and best teacher in the form of teaching tools. In order to mold the students to make the students to become the best citizens of the society. Well done.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I would like to call upon Dr. Yogesh for giving this presentation on topic technology innovation for continuous professional development for school teachers. Dr. Yogesh Chandra.
Thank you, Dr. Anju. Kindly let me know if you are visible, if my screen is visible to you.
Sir, it is visible to us.
And this is my request to all the participants. Please switch off your mic. It takes a lot of disturbance while presenting, and sorry to interrupt in between. And my presentation is all about technology intervention for continuous professional development of school teacher. As we know, continuous professional higher education, it was the part of uh, teacher education as well as the part of their training, and it was mandatory whenever it was a question of the promotion of teachers in higher education. But in school education, it is the mandate of National Education Policy 2020 to have a continuous professional development of teacher. And this paper peeps into possibilities of technology intervention for continuous professional development of school teachers. In Unified District Information System Report 1920 that was released in 2021 related to school education, we have a gigantic structure of school education in India. See, we have around 15.1 lakh schools. We have 10.3 lakh schools funded by government, and there are around 26.4 crore students enrolled in these schools. I mean, this is a huge structure as far as school education is concerned. And when it comes in case of teachers, we have 96.8 lakh teachers for this report. It is the mandate of National Education Policy that there would be 50-hour training for continuous professional development of teachers, and this is a provision in policy of 2020. Sorry, zero is missing from my presentation, and this is possible to have training of 96 lakh teachers within a short span through the intervention of technology. Because this time there are targets, time bound targets, and to achieve those time bound targets, I hope without the intervention of technology it is not possible. The methodology opted for this paper, this is a qualitative research, and this explored the idea of technology intervention in continuous professional development of teachers, and data was collected through secondary sources. It include case studies, magazines, newspapers, books, documents from government reports, and data that is published by Ministry of Education. And some of the findings of this particular paper is that overall system include support and engagement of teacher. And this is just because of technology intervention, we can have a wide coverage of our resources or the training program, and we can have intervention of technology in covering such programs. These programs can help us to access the beyond physical boundaries, that can help in flipping we may call teacher in face-to-face mode, and sometimes we may have online intervention programs, and instant feedback and progress is the best part of these technology intervention, especially in case of, if you say in school education, NIShtha, that is National Initiative for School Heads and Teacher Holistic Advancement, that is doing good. There are three part of NIShtha, but much more is required when we wish to implement this national education policy as far as continuous professional development is concerned in true sense. For that, there is a 22-23 budget, there is a provision of digital university, and through the I hope in future more and more digital intervention is going to be there in higher education and school education system. Universality means my idea of presenting paper is this responsibility lies all of us, with especially those who are working in teacher education institutions, ACRTs, NCRTs, and DIETs working at district level. And apart from that, teacher, especially education departments of universities to develop in professional development of school teachers. For that, we need to integrate, especially there is right now there is a gap. Those who are teacher educator are beyond realities, because directly there is a provision of B.Ed, M.Ed, and after clearing UGC NET, JRF, or PhD, directly they start teaching in teacher education institution without having experience of school education, because they talk about things which they themselves have not experienced. There is no integration of school education, teacher education institution. In true sense, it will not going to help us. This transformation will not take place within a day or two. It may take time, but small effort is required from each department wherever we are working, whether it is a teacher education institution, whether it is a DIET, whether it is ACRT, NCRT, whatsoever is required. Earlier I was listening a professor from NCRT. She was asking about the continuous professional development of teachers, and she received 4 suggestions. Why it is like that? Because the information was not properly circulated to education department of different universities. We have UGC data. We have more than 51,000 higher education institutions. Until unless this dissemination of information will not be there up to the higher education institution, I hope they will receive only 4 responses. This is all about my presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. If you have any question, you can ask, please.
Thank you, sir. If there is any question, any query from the participant and expert, please you may ask.
Namaskaram. Your question?
Madam, namaskar.
Namaskaram, sir. You explained very well, sir. From your findings, I know that for teaching community, updating the knowledge is very, very essential. For other sector of the society, for other sector, from namely revenue department, then sales department, and etc., mere qualification is enough. For doing profession, not only knew the qualification, updating the knowledge is very, very essential. You have to face the student and also to challenges the students. You explained very well. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, and sorry to intervene in between.
I would like to call upon our next participant, Professor Sangeeta Trama, Professor Jasprit Kaur, research scholar. Their topic for presentation from the modern era.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jashanpreet, pursuing guidance of Dr. Sangeeta Trama, and we both are present right now. My presentation presentation is visible?
Yes,
Hello?
it is visible.
Am I not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So my topic is knowledge from the Vedas and education from is about empowerment, about cultivating a human being to the highest possible potential, a tool for fulfilling the immensity of being. This quote is by Sadhguru. Introduction. Education is a broad concept and every person or a discipline has a unique perspective on education. For instance, an economist sees education as a service worth investing in. Sociologist sees education as a process of socialization, whereas psychologist sees education as a balancing force for children. Long process that begins at birth and continues until death. The origin of the word education are a subject of debate, because some of them think it derives from the Latin word educatum, which means to train, on the Latin word educare, which means to nurture or bring up. And the other group of educationists thinks it is derived from the Latin word educate, which means to lead forth. According makes man self-reliant and selfless. UNESCO defines education as a process that develops human ability and behavior. Learning, experience, and self-fulfillment are the part of the educational process. Education is above all life activities, thus one do not need to be literate to obtain one. According to Dr. P.N. Prabha, education in ancient India was free from any external control like that of the state and government or any political parties. Pursue their studies and perform their duty of imparting knowledge without interference from any source whatsoever. Vedic education, the education system during the ancient times was based on the Vedas. Therefore, the education system was given the name of Vedic education. The word Veda is derived from the Sanskrit word Vid, which means knowing, finding, acquiring, or understanding. Whatever we acquire or understand is knowledge. The four Vedas, namely the Rig Veda, Sam Veda, Yajur Veda, and Athar Veda, form the foundation of Vedic education. Rig Veda deals with 4 stages of life: celibacy, family life, forest life, renunciation. Yajur Veda, it deals with the procedure of sacrifices. Sam Veda, important for the history of Indian music. Athar Veda deals with the medical sciences. Now the new policy, National Education Policy 2020, it was introduced by Mr. Narendra Modi on July 29, 2020, with the purpose of transforming India's educational system. After a 34-year gap, the policy was introduced for both the education and school sectors. The reforms are being implemented in light of the country's present developmental priorities. The foundation of National Education Policy 2020 is access, equity, quality, accountability, and affordability. Based on the notion that education should educate people with practical knowledge, empathy, divergent thinking, moral values, resilience, and compassion. Principles of National Education Policy: respect for diversity and local context, emphasize conceptual understanding, unique capabilities, equity and inclusion, continuous review, use of technology, community participation, critical thinking, and creativity. Vedic education. The 3 types of education were present in the Vedic era, that is Gurukula, Parishad, an institution where students reside with the teacher and his family. Parishad, a larger institution than a Gurukula where several teachers teach different subjects. It's like college. Sammelan, which means to get together for a particular purpose. The scholars gather at one place for discussion and competitions, generally at the invitation of the king. The new education policy for 2020 consists of school. After passing the 12th, the students move to higher education institutes to study the subjects that for schools, the system is changed to 10 plus 2, that is to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Multi-stream flexibility to choose subjects across streams, all subjects to be offered at 2 levels of proficiency, diluted board exams to test only 1 core competencies, multilingual 3-language policy to continue with preference for local language medium of instruction till class 8, bagless days, school students should have 10 National Testing Agency to conduct common college entrance exam twice a year, 4-year bachelors. No affiliation. Over next 15-year, colleges will be given graded autonomy to give degrees. Affiliation with universities to end so would deemed university status. Fee cap, going global. Vedic education aims self-realization as the ultimate goal, religiousness infusion, worldliness education, creation of a well-rounded personality, emphasis on social responsibility. Yes? Okay, some of my presentation. Okay, so let's move on to the advantages. Vedic education is well organized. It develops the personality, holistic development of the personality. The teacher-student relationship was warm and personal, whereas in new education policy, the government intends to make education accessible to everyone. Boarding school named Bal Bhavan would be established in each state and district in India. The component of administrative the school exam for grade. Now the disadvantages. Vedic education was strict and the rules were fairly severe. It did not inspire kids to express themselves. Female education was not particularly common at that time. For the new education policy, the basic problem is that the English language will start later in government schools, but the private schools students would be more exposed to English. Students who intend to complete their education must prepare for 4 years according to the national education policy, but a diploma degree can be completed. Will be able to drop out of the course in the middle of it. Conclusion. Finally, we can conclude that the Vedic education was spiritual, liberal, contemplative in nature. And the National Education Policy 2020, which was approved by the central government to improve the Indian education system to fulfill the needs of 21st century India. So basically, keeping their different time scenarios in mind, Vedic education and new education policy were. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Ms. Garima Jolie is present here. If she wants to present her paper, she presents. Ms. Garima Jolie is in meeting. You will be marked absent. Now I request to Dr. Lakshmi to sum up the session now.
Yes, ma'am. Just one, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Generally, the potentiality of the students is very high, but they won't use their talents, efficiency, and inherent qualities possessed by them. In order to enhance the potentiality of the students, National Education Policy 2020 put forth certain quality. New education policy, like on the part of the teacher. That is how to mold the students to enrich their potentiality. That is explained by you. You explained very nice, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. R. Subbalakshmi, Associate Professor and Head Commerce from Sri Sarda College of Women, Tirunelveli. Heartily thankful to you, ma'am, to chair this session. You gracefully and with a proper balance manage all the technical session, and thanks for sharing your valuable views on our research paper which were presented by the researchers in this session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very maybe end session now.
Me, ma'am.
Hello.
It's Ritu.
Yes.
I want to present my topic now. May I?
Ma'am, please tell your name. You are not in our list.
My name is Ritu Dhaliwal.
You are not in our list. You will be, I think, for tomorrow's session.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. R. Muthulakshmi, ma'am. May we end the session now, ma'am? Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. May we end the
Thank you
session?
very much. Thank you, ma'am. Participants also. I thank the paper presenter also.
Thank you.
Mà với người này mà gần kia